Hello, good morning po sa lahat. Mga 8:30 na po tayo mag-start. Hintayin naman po natin yung iba nating mga kasama na a-attend for this review po. Kasi medyo masama po ang panahon sa ibang mga lugar, so baka nagkakaproblema sila ngayon sa signal or baka walang kuryente. So 8:30 po, we will start po. Thank you po.
bawal man. Kasi naman, ako ng sausawan.
Mr. Kevin, pwede po ako mag-share screen. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our third Saturday of the online principals test review. So today is April 17, 2021. So our link is through Zoom application. So we have 137 participants pa lang po tayo ngayon dahil po siguro medyo masama ang panahon and yung iba ay may difficulty sa internet connection and yung iba ay walang ilaw. But then again, itutuloy pa rin po natin ang ating review as scheduled. So at this juncture, let's have a prayer first. Lord God, as we gather ourselves in this activity, we thank you for your love. We thank you for appointing this day for us to be together. Lord God, may we invoke your presence in this activity. Give us your unseen hand in presiding over us. Give us the humility and the humility heart as we tackle the tasks laid down before us. Bring us into the direction that will help us to have one mind that will lead us to the realization of our goals and objectives. Most of all, help us to be mindful of others and give us the heart to appreciate one another and express your love. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. And now, let us hear an inspirational message from our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Officer in Charge, Office of the Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Arnaldo G. Ventura. Welcome, sir.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Ate Marlene. Ayan. Good morning po sa lahat. Ako mas especially of course to our partners for this activity. Sa atin pong tatlong makikisig na magkakandak na review kay kay Kuya Benji, Lamitar, kay Ate Mary Jane, Biray, and kay Ate Therese. Thank you very much sa inyong tatlo ha. Okay, and of course sa atin pong always talaga namang very dedicated and committed sa activity na ito. Kay Ate Marlene, walang kapagod-pagod, at kay Kuya Kevin. Thank you sa tuloy na support niyo sa ating programa. Alam niyo po, malaking bagay yan, malaking tulong sa ating mga aspirants, mga aspiring full-fledged principal. Ayan. Good morning po sa ating 100 plus na uma-attend sa activity na ito. Medyo marami pong bayan ngayon ang walang kuryente. 12 hours daw po na walang kuryente. Kaya siguro konti pa lang yung nakaka-register. More than 100 pa lamang. Anyway, naka-record naman po ito. Pwede naman nilang balik-balikan ang lahat ng mga topics. Okay, we were done na po sa school effectiveness domain. Ano po yung school effectiveness domain? Ito po yung tinatawag nating leading strategically and managing school operations and resources. Tama nga po yun. Tapos na po tayo sa dalawang domain under po ng school effectiveness. Pero may isa pa po tayong topic na hindi na di-discuss, that is all about human resource management. That would be supposed to be discussed by Ma'am Tala, pero re-reschedule na lang po natin yan. Ano po? And today, we will proceed na sa combined domains under people effectiveness. Tama po? Building connections, developing self and others, and focusing on teaching and learning. Start na po tayo ngayon. Kaya we are requesting everyone na sana po another kaseryosohan para po sa araw na ito. Kasi patatlong linggo na po ito. Actually, paapat na linggo na tayong na-engage sa activity na ito. Pero patatlong domain pa lang po yung patatlong domain na po yung ating natatouch. Building connections. Tama nga, Ma'am Marlene, building connection. Ayan. Okay, nandito na po tayo sa ikatlong domain. Sana po double effort po tayo, double time para dito. May narinig po akong news from isa po sa kaibigan natin sa BHROD. Baka hindi po matuloy exam sa May, abutin pa po siya ng July. That is good news para po sa ating lahat. Kasi you will be having enough time pa to review. Tamang-tama po, marami pa po tayong oras para mag-review. Makikiusapan ko po muli ang ating mga speakers na baka kaya pa ng isang salang bawat speaker na magle-level up naman po tayo sa ating mga activities. Kasi this time po, kung tignan po natin sa Bloom's taxonomy, nandun pa lang po tayo sa level 1, level 2, remembering and understanding. Magre-request po muli ako sa ating 15 speakers na kung maaari ay papasok po tayo sa HATS question. Doon po sa higher level rather, yung pong tinatawag nating analyzing, interpreting, and applying. Kaya maswerte po tayo kasi meron po tayong another mataas na level ng pagre-review na gagawin. Hindi pa po alam ito ng Ate Merlin and even mga speakers, pero makiusap po tayo para po madagdagan yung araw ng review. Yung pong ni-review nila, magkakaroon po ng application pagdating po sa, dadako na po tayo sa review ng item per item ng bawat strand na naka-assign sa kanila. Magpo-provide po ako ng mga questions sa kanila, then sila po mag-a-analyze na magre-review sa inyo based po sa domain or strand na naka-assign sa kanila. Kaya po, pag may bumagsak pa naman po, aywan ko lang. Ano po, kaya kasalanan nyo na po kung bakit tayo babagsak. Kaya double time lamang po. Sana sabay kung gaano kami mayroong burning desire na kayo makapasa. Sana mas lalo po kayo, mga dear aspirants. Tuloy-tuloy lang po ang pag-review tulad po ng sabi natin nung unang meeting natin. Always remember the meaning of the word humility. Ano yung acronym na humility? Yun lamang po ang pinakasikreto para tayo pumasa. Okay, laglaan lagi ng 2 oras araw-araw para sa pagre-review. Muli, may God bless po sa ating activity today. Sana po patuloy bigyan ng wisdom and practical knowledge ang ating mga speakers today. And of course, mas lalo na po tayo mga participants. Muli, thank you very much po. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Sir Arnie, for being with us this morning.
Welcome.
And now we are on domain.
Ma'am Marlene, layo nyo lang po yung isang device nyo dyan para hindi mag-feedback. Or i-off nyo po yung audio nung...
Opo, enough ko na po. Okay po. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, good morning po. Tumawag po kasi si Sir Benji, medyo mayroon siyang difficulty sa signal but okay na rin daw po ngayon. So we are now on domain 3 which is focusing on teaching and learning. So our speakers for this domain are Ma'am Mary Jane Virey, we have Sir Benjamin J. Lamitar Jr., and we have Ma'am Mary Therese C. Castro. There are 8 strands in this domain. So strands 3.1, school-based review, contextualization and implementation of learning standards. Domain 3.2, teaching standards and pedagogies. This will be discussed to us by Sir Benji Lamitara and also the teacher performance feedback. For domain 3.4, which is learner achievement and other performance indicators, and domain 3.5, learning assessment, this will be discussed to us by Ma'am Mary Therese Castro. Learning environment, career awareness and opportunities, learner discipline, this will be discussed to us by Ma'am Mary Jane Diveray. So at this juncture, our first speaker, let's welcome Sir Benjamin J. Lamitar Jr. Sir Benji, welcome po. Hope hindi po mawala ang signal ninyo sa Nara. Salamat po.
Yes, Ma'am Marlene, good morning.
Yes po, loud and clear po. Opo, ano lang sir, slideshow lang po.
Sige lang. Ito na. Dahil lang, Mama.
Sure po.
Okay na, ma'am?
Yes po, ako. Clear po. Salamat po.
I just hope sana kasi hindi ma'am stable yung signal dito, pawala-wala. But anyway, magandang umaga po. Ma'am Marlene, good morning. sa atin pong kagalang-galang na OIC-SDS, Sir Arnie, sa ating ESDS, Sir Fos, sa ating dalawang chief, from CID, Ma'am Au, and from SGOD, Ma'am Piling. And of course, sa atin pong mga matyatsyaga at nagpupunyaging mga participants para sa ating review. Ano po, it is our prayer na sana po after this review ay ikot na po kayo ng mga na kailangan pong mga domains at handa na po kayo para sa principal's exam. Umaasa po kami na sana ang ating pong pagpapagal, ang ating pagpapagod ay magkaroon ng magandang bunga para po sa isang layunin. Yan ay ang magkaroon tayo ng mga full-fledged school heads para mapaunlad pa natin ang performance ng ating mga kabataan sapagkat naniniwala po ang ating national leadership na ang isa sa mga investment na dapat pagtuunan ng pansin ay ang education sector kung saan contributor po ito in nation building. So ako po bilang bahagi ng review na ito I am doing my best na ma-share lahat ng aking nalalaman. Ano po. So for that, I am very thankful sa leadership ng DepEd Palawan na binigyan kami ng tiwala para ibahagi sa inyo ito. At umaasa din naman kami on the part of the participants na they have to take it seriously. So we are going to discuss the main three, focusing on teaching and learning. Observe that during our discussion in the Philippine Professional Standards of Teachers, sa tatlong araw po natin, isa po sa mga may malaking weight ay ang domain 3, which is I believe nararapat lang sapagkat ito po bilang tayo ay nabibilang sa education sector, dito po tayo nakafocus. Ano po. So I am tasked to discuss Strand 3.1, School-Based Review, Contextualization, Implementation of Learning Standards, 3.2, Teaching Standards and Pedagogies, and 3.3, Teacher Performance and Feedback. Ito po ang ating i-discuss ngayon sa araw na to under domain 3, which is focusing on teaching and learning. So under domain 3 po, focusing on teaching and learning, the school head is expected to concentrate in promoting teaching and learning. That's one. The other one is to provide instructional leadership towards improving teachers' competence and learners' outcome. For another one is provides technical assistance on instructional relative to curriculum practice and performance. And then 4, to create, the school head creates learner-centered environment that ensures access to inclusive, excellent, and liberating education. Hello po, Ma'am Marlene. Shall I continue?
May saglit lang, sir. Sir Kevin, nire-request po namin paki-mute all the participants po. Only the speakers lang po ang naka-unmute. Thank you po.
Ma'am Marlene, I have to be very fast kasi nawawala-wala po yung signal po namin dito sa Nara. Ano po. So again, yan po yung mandate po under domain 3. Ito po yung scope ng domain 3. Ano po? Let's now proceed, participants. Under Strand 3.1, which is a school-based review, contextualization, and implementation. Now, ang ating pong legal basis dito is Republic Act 10533, the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. Focus po tayo sa K-12 curriculum. By the way, gusto ko pong ipaalala sa mga participants, it would be very difficult to attain domain 3 without knowing, without mastering our curriculum, which is the K-12 curriculum. Ibig sabihin po, ang isang school head, para po maging effective ang implementation ng instruction in the classroom, unawaan yung ating curriculum. So, under Strand 3.1, we have to understand the features of the K-12 curriculum. First, it is learner-centered, it is inclusive, research-based, standard and competency-based, culture responsive and culture sensitive, integrative and contextualized, relevant and responsive, flexible and ICT-based, and local and global. So ito po yung mga keywords and key phrases na ito. These are the attributes of our curriculum. That's why during our NAEP training, I really appreciate yung ating bagong curriculum. Although at first, marami po ang may mga reservations, marami ang ayaw i-embrace, marami ang ayaw tumanggap. So normal naman po yun pag may mga changes, may resistance, ano po. Pero at least the DepEd has proven that really the curriculum is very ideal. It addresses the present needs of our learners. Ano po? I am not going to discuss one by one. Anyway, these are self-explanatory. Ano po? When we say learner-centered, of course, nakafocus talaga siya sa ating mga bata. Where, kung saan, we have to develop every learner holistically. Dapat complete. Ano po? And then inclusive naman, lahat, no child left behind, all programs, all groups of learners, all kinds of learners. Ibig sabihin lahat dapat may access sa quality education. Research-based, ibig sabihin research-based, yung mga practices, yung pong mga pedagogical approaches, yun po ay base sa pag-aaral ano po ng ating mga experts in the education sector. Ano po? Then standard and competency-based. Mahalaga na ang bawat program ay meron tayong pinag-aangklahan, meron tayong pinagbabatayan, unified, iisa po yung ating pamantayan, ano po, para magkaroon ng fairness and justice. And at the same time, while talking about global, pero hindi rin po natin dapat isa walang bahala yung ating kultura, ano po. Kaya nga it must be culture sensitive and culture responsive. And then using different pedagogical approaches. We need also to contextualize our curriculum kasi po alam naman po natin we have a diverse learners. Ang Pilipinas po ay nabibilang sa napakaraming probinsya, napakaraming rehiyon. So ibig sabihin lang po na kailangan ma-address ang bawat pangangailangan. Okay? Kaya nga po meron po tayong kasabihan. Think what do you call that? Yung phrase na although we are talking about local, and yet yung ating scope is global. Ano po? It must be flexible and then integrate pa yung ating ICT because nowadays, with the advent of modern technology, dapat po ay ginagamit po natin. Halimbawa po sa isa sa mga pedagogies yung collaborative learning, we can collaborate not only locally, not only within the school community. We can even collaborate
Nawala si Sir Benji. Si Marlene. Nawala si Sir Benji.
Opo, sir, struggle siya sa signal pero nakaka-connect siya, sir. Nawawala-wala lang siya, sir.
Opo. Pero na-send po sa atin yung kanyang presentation.
Sige po, sir. Sige po.
Kung na-send sana yung presentation, pwede ko ituloy. Andyan na. Nandiyan na si Kuya Benji.
Okay. Ma'am Marlene, okay na po?
Yes po.
Hello? Oo. Kasi ma'am nawawala talaga yun. Kanina pa nagluloko dito. But anyway, let's move on. Ano po? Thank you, Ma'am Marlene. Good morning, Sir Arnie. Again, for us to be able to understand fully the curriculum standards or the learning standards, we need we need to understand what are the things that surrounds curriculum standards. This includes the curriculum standard, the 21st century skills, and the spiral progression. These are contributory for us to be able to understand yung curriculum standard. Ano po? Yung una po yung curriculum standard, ano po, it would be very difficult for us being the school heads to monitor and to manage and po to observe our teachers in the classroom without knowing the different parts of the curriculum standards. And po, during our training, we have 6 columns in our CG. The first column belongs to content, the second column to content standard, and then the third one is performance standard, and then yung lagi natin gagamitin in everyday si teacher sa kanyang araw-araw na gawain is the so-called learning competencies. So idagdag po natin yung learning code and then the learning materials. That comprises of curriculum standard. Maybe we will discuss that in later. Ano po. And then of course we have 21st century skills in the spiral progression. So para mas maintindihan po natin, let's move on to the next slide. Wait lang po Lynn, pasuyo nga bakit parang hindi nagmo-move yung aking ano. Hindi siya nagmo-move. Okay na? Yan yung sumunod. Pasensya na po my dear participants, we are having difficulty in our signal here. But anyway, talking about 21st century skills, ito po yung sinasabi natin, the very goal of the K-12 curriculum is to develop every Filipino learner skills with to develop every Filipino learner equipped with 21st century skills. Of course, hindi po yun nawawala yung ating qualifier o yung adverb na holistically. So if I may rephrase, the goal of the K-12 curriculum, we have to develop every Filipino holistically, meaning complete, equipped with 21st century skills. What are the 21st century skills? We have the
Hello po, wait lang po natin si Sir Benji saglit. Kakatawag lang po ni Sir Benji, inaayos pa po niya kasi medyo nawawala-wala yung signal niya. Sir Arnie, ise-send daw po ni Sir Benji sa inyo yung kanyang presentation po. Pag na-cut po ulit si Sir Benji, so si Sir, ang atin pong minamahal na Assistant Superintendent po, ang ating OIC po ang magtutuloy po ng discussion ng presentation ni Sir Benji po. Salamat po, Sir Arnie. Thank you po. Sir Arnie? So while waiting for Sir Benji po, sa domain 2 po kasi, ang hindi na lang nakapag-topic doon is si Ma'am Lavelyn Talan. Ang kanyang topic is under domain 2, Managing School Operations and Resources, is the Strand 2.5, which is School Safety for Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Resiliency, and Strand 2.6, Emerging Opportunities and Challenges. So antabayanan po natin yan this coming week po. Magpo-post lang din po ako to inform all the participants po kung kailan po siya pwedeng mai-discuss sa atin ni Ma'am Lavelyn Talan po. And also po our OIC SDS po is planning also to have his review din po during weekdays po sa atin. So antabayanan lang po natin. Nagko-connect pa po kasi si Sir Benji, medyo nawala daw yung signal, but sabi niya okay naman daw. Makaka-connect naman daw po siya. So any message po Sir Arnie while waiting for Sir Benji po? Okay, good morning po ulit. So, as a short review lang po, these are the domains of the Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads. We have the Domain 1, Leading Strategically. Domain 2, we have Managing School Operations and Resources. Domain 3, Focusing on Teaching and Learning. Domain 4, Developing Self and Others. And Domain 5, Building Connections. So we are done po with the domain 1 which is leading strategically. Our speakers po, maraming salamat po muli kay Ma'am Edna Kabuhat, Ma'am Rowena Gabiana, and Sir Edison Gapad. These are the strands under the domain 1. We have strand 1.1, the vision, mission, and core values. Strand 1.2, school planning and implementation. Strand 1.3, policy implementation and review. Strand 1.4, Research and Innovation. Strand 1.5, Program Design and Implementation. Strand 1.6, we have Learner Voice. And Strand 1.7, we have Monitoring and Evaluation. So tapos na po natin yan siya. At marami pong salamat sa mga speakers na nag-share ng kanilang knowledge and expertise in this domain. And then for the domain 2, tapos na rin po natin siya. We have the Managing School Operations and Resources. Thank you so much to all our speakers, Ma'am Astrid Agbanlog, Sir Eric Philip, and ang magiging speaker din natin this coming week, Ma'am Lavelyn Estalan. So there are 6 strands in the domain 2. We have strand 2.1, Records Management, strand 2.2, Financial Management, strand 2.3, School Facilities and Equipment, strand 2.4, Management of Staff, strand 2.5, School Safety for Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Resiliency, strand 2.6, Emerging Opportunities and Challenges. The 2 last strands will be discussed to us by Ma'am Lavelyn Talan. And then ngayon pong Saturday, today po, ang atin pong focus is the domain 3 which is focusing on teaching and learning. And our speakers po, thank you so much, Ma'am Mary Jane Diviray, Sir Benjamin J. Lamitar Jr., and Ma'am Mary Therese Castro. We have 8 strands in this domain. For strand 3.1, school-based review, contextualization, and implementation of learning standards. Strand 3.2, teaching standards and pedagogies. Strand 3.3, teacher performance feedback. Strand 3.4, Learner Achievement and Other Performance Indicators. Strand 3.5, Learning Assessment. Strand 3.6, Learning Environment. Strand 3.7, Career Awareness and Opportunities. Strand 3.8, Learner Discipline. So after po ni Sir Benji, our next speaker is Ma'am Mary Therese Castro and our last speaker is Ma'am Mary Jane Dibere for the domain 3. And then let's see naman po, for the domain 4 naman po, next Saturday, that will be April 24, 2021. So, domain 4, Developing Self and Others. Our speakers po for that domain is Ma'am Christine Heidi B. Garciliano, Sir Edgardo Simutya, and Sir Yeftak Belmonte. So, there are 8 strands in this domain. So, for Strand 4.1, Personal and Professional Development. Strand 4.2, Professional Reflection and Learning. Strand 4.3, Professional Networks. Strand 4.4, Performance Management. Strand 4.5, Professional Development of School Personnel. Strand 4.6, Leadership Development in Individuals and Teams. Strand 4.7, General Welfare of Human Resources. And Strand 4.8, Rewards and Recognition Mechanism. That will be next Saturday po. And then the following Saturday naman po, ito na yung last domain, the domain 5, which is Building Connections. Our speakers po is Sir Joseph Baluarte, Ma'am Amsi Añasco, and Ma'am Clarissa Ripalda. So we have 5 strands under domain 5. For strand 5.1, we have Management of Diverse Relationships. Strand 5.2, Management of School Organization. Strand 5.3, Inclusive Practice. Strand 5.4, Communication. And Strand 5.5, Community Engagement. Okay po. So, eto po, dapat po tayo, yung mga magti-take po ng exam, so mag-focus po tayo dito sa 5 domains and then yung mga strands po na yan ay dapat po sana ay ma-master kasi baka yan po ang lalabas na ngayon sa principals tests, yung bago nating PPSSH po. So, ang buo pong detalye ng atin pong PPSSH can be downloaded from the DepEd Order Number 24, Series 2020 po, which is the Adoption and Implementation Guidelines on the Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads po. So, naandun din po yan siya. In additional po sa pagre-review po natin. So, okay na po kaya, Sir Benji?
Ate Merlin, ako lang may
Yes,
urgent
sir.
concern may urgent concern kasi na tinawag sa akin
Okay po,
sa
sir.
office.
Sir,
Ay,
okay.
baka naman pwedeng yung next speaker in case siguro. Gusto ko sanang pasukan yung topic ni Kuya Benji kahit di ko pa nakikita. Kaya lang may urgent concern sa akin. Kaya matagal ako may kausap kanina.
Sure po.
Hindi, baka naman pwedeng si Ate Jane or si Ma'am Therese muna. Kung
Apo, sige
available
po.
na sila. Sige, para hindi sayang oras. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Salamat po.
Wala kasi ang
Okay po.
kausap.
Sure po. So under po kay Sir Benji, ang kanya pong i-discuss sa atin is Strand 3.1, School-Based Review, Contextualization and Implementation of Learning Standards. Strand 3.2, Teaching Standards and Pedagogies. Strand 3.3, Teacher Performance Feedback. So yan pong 3 strands ang i-discuss niya. So tingnan po natin kung while waiting for Sir Benji, kung nakain na rin po ba si Ma'am Mary Therese Castro. She is the next speaker for this activity under Domain 3, focusing on teaching and learning. Last Saturday po kasi for the information.
Okay, ma'am.
Last Saturday po kasi for the information of speakers, hindi na po tayo inabot ng hapon. Half day lang natapos na natin. Nag-extend lang tayo until 1 o'clock ng atin pong review. Pero nakadepende po yan sa haba ng na-prepare ng ating mga ng ating mga speakers po. Anyway, we can stand naman until afternoon po kasi ang atin naman po talagang schedule is whole day po sana ng Saturday. Nagkataon lang po na natatapos na po ng mga previous speakers yung kanila pong topic ahead of time po. Kaya nung mga 2 Saturdays po ay wala na po kaming panghapon. Okay, so naandyan na po pala si Sir Benji. So, stop sharing na po muna ako para makapasok si Sir Benji. Stop share. Ayan. Okay, welcome again, Sir Benji.
Pamit na ako.
Pa-check nyo daw kung nakaano
Sa
na si Sir.
PowerPoint, slideshow. Naririnig ako. Ma'am Marlene?
Send ka na, sir.
Yes, ayan na
Ah.
sir. Loud and clear and okay na rin po ang presentation. Welcome again, Sir Benjamin J. Lamitar Jr.
Thank you, Ma'am Marlene. Good morning once again, participants. Sorry for technical glitch kasi po lagi kong sinasabi, hindi kaya na-modus na naman kami ng PLDT. Sorry. Joke. But anyway, mga kapatid, let's proceed. We are talking, kanina po, nung ma-interrupt ako, we are talking about 21st century skills. Now, let's discuss very briefly, ano po ba itong mga skills na to? For the learning and the 21st century skills, the first one is the learning and innovation skills. Ibig sabihin po, this includes the creativity and curiosity of the learners. Po. Yung critical thinking, problem solving, and risk-taking. This belongs to the learning and innovation skills. Another one, the adaptability, managing complexity, and self-direction. Of course, the higher order thinking skills and the sound reasoning. So, ibig sabihin, ito pong mga attributes nito, this belongs to the learning and innovation skills. It can be both from the learner and from the teacher. Okay? Madalas ko pong sabihin yung 21st century skills, hindi lang po siya nakafocus doon kay learners. Dapat po, we were able to produce 21st century teachers, 21st century skills learners, and 21st century classrooms. Ano po? Ibig sabihin po, holistic siya. Okay? Then another one is the information and media technology skills. Ano po itong mga ito? These are the visual and information literacies. Okay? Yung ginagawa po natin ngayon. This belongs to information media technology skills. Dito pong mga virtual meeting natin, utilizing the internet, dito po yung siya papasok. In like manner, due to pandemic, actually ginagawa po natin ito. Although generally, yung inadapt po ng DepEd Palawan is yung however, there are some instances, lalo na yung capable, yung may kakayahan naman, ginagamit natin yung social media, yung internet, ano po. And then the media literacy, the basic scientific, economic, and technological literacies, pumapasok po tayo ngayon sa mga research summit, ano po. And then the multicultural literacy and global awareness, okay? So another one is the effective communication skills. When do we say that communication is effective? That's the question. Communication can be effective kung meron po tayong tinatawag na teaming, collaboration, and interpersonal skills. Kung madidevelop po yun sa ating mga guro, sa ating mga bata. And then the personal and social and civic responsibility. Again, babalik na naman tayo sa old saying natin, no man is an island. Kaya nga po, di ba, ang turo sa atin, huwag nating aawayin yung ating neighbor, yung ating kapitbahay. Kasi po, pag merong problema, magkasunog, they are the first one to help us. Walang sino mang tao ang nabuhay para sa sarili lamang. So we need to communicate and talk. Ulitin ko, when do we say that communication is effective? Because communication is a two-way process. If one is speaking, the other one is listening. Ano po? Para po magkakaintindihan. Hindi pwedeng sabay. Katulad po ngayon, I am now online, I am talking online. The rest of the participants are keep on listening. For that matter, you can comprehend, you can receive, you can absorb yung mga information na sinishare ko. So ibig sabihin, kayo naman, while listening to me, you are processing the information na sinishare ko sa inyo. So ibig sabihin, it's a two-way process. One is speaking, the other one is listening. Okay? And then, dito rin po papasok yung life and career skills. Ano po? Sa classroom halimbawa, para maging effective po yung teaching and learning process, dapat merong interaction, merong interactive communication. Yun nga lang po sa setup natin ngayon, dahil nga po due to the limited, yung limitado po yung ating signal, ang hirap po mag-entertain ng mga questions, ng mga queries. Ano po, kaya most of the time, pinapark na lang po natin. Pero as much as possible sana, I even talk to our OICSDS na sinuggest namin kung pwede talaga face-to-face para immediately, pag may mga queries, pag may mga questions, masasagot ka agad. Since ito yung setup natin, kailangan po natin magtyaga, kailangan po natin mag-adhere. Ano po, wala tayong choice. But then again, we must be thankful because the DepEd is, ang DepEd po ay gumagawa ng kapamaraanan para po patuloy na maisulong yung ating mga concerns. Ano po. In this case, yung pong concern ng mga principles the 21st century skills is the flexibility and adaptability. Ano itong mga ito? The initiative and self-direction. Pansinin po natin yan, that belongs to the main four. Di po ba? Developing self and others. Okay? And then the social and cross-cultural skills. So this is self-explanatory. Productivity and accountability. Ibig sabihin po, we have to be flexible, we have to be adaptive in the changing challenges of time. Isa po sa mga challenge nowadays yung tinatawag nating COVID-19 pandemic. Di ba po? Nagbago. The world turns up, down. Ibig sabihin po, yung usual practice natin, gumising tayo isang umaga, nagbago na ang lahat. Pero hindi ibig sabihin it ends everything. We have to move on, we have to adhere, we have to adapt. Kailangan tayo magpatuloy. Madalas nga po sinasabi ko during the PTA General Assembly meeting, it is very difficult, nasa difficult times tayo, pero hindi pandemic po ang pipigil sa mga future ng ating mga kabataan. In like manner, sa context po ng mga school heads, hindi ibig sabihin yung COVID-19 ang pipigil sa inyong mga aspirations to become a full-fledged school heads. Kailangan po nating magtulungan, we need to collaborate, we need to help one another para isulong po yung interes ng bawat isa for the development of our country. Okay? So we also have the leadership and responsibility. Ito na po yung ginagawa natin. This belongs to leadership. Somehow this is part of the leadership skills training because meron tayong 5 domain, meron tayong 34 strands that we need to adapt, that we need to develop in ourselves. And po. So sabi nga po in domain 4, developing self and others. That is part and parcel of development. Then, the curriculum standards. We are done with the 21st century skills. Balikan na po natin yung at the heart of the diagram kanina na nakita natin. Sabing ganon, the curriculum standards is considered the Bible of facilitators of learning, meaning the teachers. Okay? And even the school heads like us. It is non-negotiable, hindi pwedeng palitan, hindi pwedeng baguhin without the permission from the DepEd, without the permission unless the law is being revised. Ano po? I am referring to Republic Act 10533, the Enhanced Basic Education of 2013. That's the only time that we need to change our standards when the law is also changes. So in short, that is non-negotiable. Kung ano po yung specified na learning competency from the curriculum guide, siya po ang dapat ma-implement, siya po yung dapat na matutunan ng ating mga bata. It is also research-based. Ibig sabihin, When we talk about Jan Fayette, when we talk about Jerome Bruner, when we talk about John Dewey, we're referring to the different pedagogical approaches that we are now practicing in the classroom context. Because inaral po ito ng ating mga magigiting na mga curriculum experts, ng ating mga educators, na siya nating inadapt ngayon sa ating curriculum. Again, it is also protected with laws and policies. Kung natatandaan niyo po, one good example here, during the time nagkaroon tayo ng bridge program, biglang lumutang tapos biglang nawala because it is not protected with law. Unlike with our curriculum nowadays, fully protected po tayo ng batas at ng mga polisiyang pinaiiral ng DepEd. Okay? So those are the attributes, those are the qualities of our curriculum standards. Now let's see. Let's see for yung mga example po, what we are now in the slide deck is an example of curriculum guide. Pero po naka-highlight po dyan, the first column is the content. Yung first column na binabanggit ko kanina sa ating CG, this refers to the topical coverage of particular subject in a grade level in a given period. Ito po yung madalas kong banggitin kahit doon sa ating seminar sa PPSH. It is called vertical logic. Why vertical logic? Because we always begin with general concept down to the specific one. Now, simply content, it remains, the content is the general idea, the general concept. Ano po? Halimbawa po, kung i-contextualize natin in one particular learning area, for instance, in science, matter, that is one word, pero po napakalawak niya. So, ibig sabihin po pag content, this is simply an idea. Hindi natin siya makita, hindi natin siya nahahawakan. It remains concept. It remains an abstract. Okay? So, this is a general idea. Okay? That is what we call content. Okay? So, kung halimbawa naman sa math, ano ba ang lesson natin sa math? Number sense. Okay? So kung halimbawa ilagay naman natin doon sa araling panlipunan, ano ba yung content ng ating curriculum in araling panlipunan? Kunwari, world history. So the term world history is an example of content, general idea. But this idea remains abstract. Why? Kasi imaginary siya, hindi natin nakikita. Ano po? Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na from content, then we will proceed to content standard. Again, content pa rin siya, ginawang qualifier, pero nasa standard form na siya. Pero nananatili pa rin siyang abstract. Kaya kailangan nating mai-translate this content or this abstract, we have to transform into reality. Papasok na po yung third column, which is the so-called performance standard. Pero isa-isahin po natin. That is content standard. Let's proceed now with the second column of our curriculum guide. This is content standard. What does it mean? The content standards identifies and set the essential understanding that should be learned in a specific period. So observe, nagsimula tayo sa content, ngayon, mas define siya. Kasi kailangan ma-define na in one specific learning area, in one specific period. Ano po? Ito po yung general understanding ng ating mga guro at mga bata. Okay? It covers a specified scope of sequential topics within each learning strand, domain, theme, or component. Kung babalikan po natin yung ating PPSH, ganun din po, di po ba? From general to specific siya. Nag-start tayo ng 5 content, then papasok tayo specifically by strand. Okay? Yung by strand naman doon sa ating OPCRF, papasok naman tayo by indicators. Tapos din papasok tayo para maging hindi lang siya manitaling visual, para manatili din siyang real, papasok din na yung mga tinatawag nating NOVs. So this time mas defined siya, mas clear sa atin. In like manner, ganun din po sa curriculum standard. Magsimula tayo sa content standard, bago tayo papasok sa performance standard. Now, another attributes of content standard is It answered the questions, what should the learners know, do, and understand? Ano yung dapat matutunan, malaman, at maunawaan ng ating mga mag-aaral. So yun po, yung content standard po, dapat po masagot yung tanong na yun. What should the learners know, do, and understand? Ibig sabihin, abstract pa rin po siya. Ibig sabihin ay nananatili pa rin po siyang idea. Halimbawa po, ano ba yung dapat maintindihan ng bata sa matter? Content kanina. Ngayon, there are three phases of matter. We have solid, liquid, and gas. So, ibig sabihin ngayon, define na yung matter. Ano yung dapat matutunan ng bata? Ano yung different state of matter? Di ba? So, doon na papasok yung content standard natin. Okay? Sa elementary naman, meron tayong tinatawag sa science in grade 3. Magka-classify tayo ng mga object, di ba? Classifying, yung mga ganon, grouping, etc. So those are content standards samples. Let us now proceed with the third column of curriculum guide, which is the performance standard. Here, we tend to describe the abilities and skills. Please take note of the word skills. Ano po? That learners are expected to demonstrate in relation to the content standard and integration of the 21st century skills. Ibig sabihin po dito, binanggit yung salitang skills. Ibig sabihin, pag may skills, sa English context, we call it action word. Pag may action word, meaning, kasi po mahirap yung, di ba, sabi nga natin, in layman's term, walk the talk. Mahirap na puro salita, mahirap na puro concept. Dapat makita yun sa gawa. Okay? So that the learning may become authentic and genuine, the learners may be able not only to understand, comprehend the content and the content standard, dapat po kaya din niyang maipakita. And that is what we call performance standard. I-contextualize po natin sa MAPE. Kung ang MAPE po, ang si teacher ay magtuturo halimbawa ng tinikling, which is my favorite dance during my younger years. Yung tinikling po, kung ituturo lang ni teacher, kunwari, the content is tinikling. Okay? That's a general idea. Then pagdating doon sa content standard, these are the 5 steps in tinikling. Yung 5 steps na yon, in the form of statement or sentences, babasahin ng bata, naiintindihan niya, i-memorize niya. Now, in the old days, yung traditional one, which is we are using paper and pencil, magpa-quiz tayo, prepare 1 for sheet of pad paper, then sabi, define what is tinikling. And then test 2, enumerate the 5 steps in tinikling. And then papers up, exchange paper. Let's check. Okay. What is the definition of tinikling? And then enumerate the 5 steps. Pag natsikan doon, then sabi ni teacher, who got perfect score? 5 points for definition, and then 5 points for enumeration. That's a total of 10. Who got 10? Lahat ng kamay nakataas. Ibig bang sabihin lahat ng bata magaling na sa MAPE? The answer is a big, big no. Because we only limited the learning process in the so-called basic or comprehension. Ibig sabihin, basic lang siya. Under the Bloom's taxonomy, that remains in step 1, which is understanding. Kasi paper and pencil lang. Para ma-proof natin na ang bata ay nagkaroon ng authentic or genuine learning, hindi niya lang na perfect yung quiz. Dapat na ipakita niya rin how to dance tinikling. This is the totality of the learning or the authentic and genuine learning of the learners. If the learners would be able to demonstrate how to dance tinikling. And this time, we called it performance standard. Okay? And then take note also the 21st century skills. In performing the concept, in performing the content, one must also consider the 21st century skills. Yun na yung diniscuss natin kanina. Anyway, from time to time, babalikan lang po natin. Then another attributes of performance standards, the integration of the knowledge, understanding skills. Madalas po nating tawagin yan ng KSA. Pero sabi ng ating former director, Dino, it should not be, we have to interchange. It must be KSA. It must be ASK. Kasi po, dapat daw mauna yung attitude, and then yung skills, and then yung knowledge, which I believe, ano po, kailangan po holistic yung pag-develop natin sa bata. Aanin po natin yung isang magaling at genuine at genius na bata, expert in quadratic equation, expert in grammar, pero naman yung bata pala away. Yung bata naman hindi marunong gumalang at sumunod sa guro. So do you think you can appreciate that kind of learner? So para masabi natin na holistic yung approach natin sa bata, dapat complete. Ano yung complete? Dapat tataglayin niya yung tinatawag nating attitude, right attitude, skills, and yung tinatawag nating skills at saka yung knowledge. So that ends our performance standard. Let's now proceed with the fourth column, which is the learning competency. Ito po yung madalas nating ginagamit. No po? By the way, noon maraming discussion about learning competency during the first and second years of implementation of the K-12 curriculum. Kasi po, si teachers, basta sinusulat niya lang yung competency, mapapansin natin doon sa learning code, di ba, yung Arabic number 1, 2, 3, 4, that constitutes or represents learning competency. However, ang naging problema natin doon, kinokopya yun doon sa ating lesson plan, sa ating DLL, and then that's the lesson for the day. Hindi po ganun. Ano po, dapat i-unpack po natin siya. Titignan po natin yung kung laman ng learning competency. Halimbawa, competency 1. Example, use the properties of materials whether they are useful or harmful. If you believe this competency runs for 3 days, then we need to unpack this specific or particular competency into 3 days. Ano po? So yun ang tinatawag na unpacking. So therefore, the general definition of learning competency is simply refers to the knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitudes the student need to demonstrate in every lesson or learning activity. Kaya nga po, pag mapapansin po natin, doon sa ating mga DLL, our objective always begins with action word. Diba? Demonstrate, explain, something like that. Kasi nga po, it refers to the skills that the learners should understand. By the way, binanggit ko skills, hindi ko na binanggit yung dalawa. Kasi po, pag binanggit natin yung skills, magsimula siya lagi sa understanding, di ba? Sa comprehension. Balikan naman natin yung ating curriculum guide. Magsimula siya sa idea, sa content, and then content standard, and then performance standard. So pag binanggit na natin yung skills, it implies na naintindihan na ni bata yung meron na siyang comprehension, meron na siyang understanding. Kasi nakarating siya ng skills. You cannot demonstrate, you cannot show without understanding first the concept. Okay? Bloom's taxonomy po tayo doon. Okay? And then this is an example of coding legend. For the benefit of the new one, ano po, although ginagamit ito ni teacher from the classroom, the first entry example is the learning. The first entry, halimbawa po, is the name of the subject. Example, mathematics. Po. And then yung uppercase letters, ano po, yun po naman yung grade level. Okay? And then, yung Roman numeral, wala po doon sa subject. And then yung content, na po, and then yung quarter, and then yung week, and then yung competency. So yan naman po ay makikita natin sa ating curriculum guide. This is just only an example to show to the participants that this is the specific part of decoded competency from the curriculum guide. Okay? So, para mas maliwanag, maglagay tayo ng isang example. S7M does 1B-3. S stands for science, 7 stands for grade 7, M stands for the content, which is matter, and then 1 is the first or quarter 1, and then B, A, B, C, meaning B, second week or week 2, and then 3, competency 3. So this is the sample of code from the learning, from our curriculum guide. So ginamit po natin ang science. So we're done already with the curriculum standard. We're done already with the 21st century skill. Let's now proceed with the spiral progression. This is one of the features ng ating curriculum, which is the K-12. Why spiral? Okay? Depth order number 31 series of 2012. The overall design of the grade 1 to grade 10 curriculum follows the spiral approach across subjects by building on the same concepts, develop in increasing, please take note of the term, increasing complexity and sophistication starting grade school. Teachers are expected to use the spiral progression approach in teaching competencies. Now, bago po tayo mag-proceed, may I ask the participants, the school heads, and the principals to be, how do we manage or how do we observe teachers in the classroom? Kung sila nga ba ay gumagamit ng spiral approach? Are we particular of this approach in the classroom context? Or we simply check the plan, pero hindi natin tinitingnan kung ang practice ba ni teacher ay tama pa? Kasi po, pag hindi po natin yun na-check, we are giving our teachers yung tinatawag nating false hope, believing that they are smart, believing that they are good, and yet, sablay pala yung kanilang practice. So, ibig sabihin po bilang school heads, dapat very particular tayo dito. Kasi po pinag-uutos ng batas. Kasi po pinag-uutos ng ating policy. In particular, DepEd Order number 31, series of 2012. What does the spiral progression mean? Ang simpleng definition po ng spiral progression is yun pong from simple to complex. Kung titignan po natin, di po ba, meron tayong tinatawag na sentence. We begin with simple sentence and then compound sentence and then compound complex sentence. So parang ganun din po yun siya. Common yung topic, it's all about sentence, and yet you're talking about the complexity of the sentence. We started with the simple one. So ilagay naman natin sa context ng mathematics. Kung halimbawa po elementary, we simply 5 plus 3 equals 8. So, what is the operation? Addition. Ano po? Pero pag nandun na po sila sa higher grade level, still we're talking about addition, but this time around, lalagyan na natin ng sign number. We called it integers. -5 plus +4. What is the answer? Pareho po, addition pa rin yung operation, pero ngayon may sign na siya. So observe, nag-start tayo sa simple and yet we're now getting complex. Addition pa rin po. Now, if we go higher, this time around, -4x plus +3x squared. Pansinin po yung number po, may sign na siya, and this time may variable pa. So we called it complexity from simple, increasing complexity from simple to sophistication. By grade level din po yan, by quarter din po yan. So yun po ang ibig sabihin ng spiral progression. Let's now proceed. What is a spiral curriculum? It is interactive, revisiting of topics, subjects, or themes throughout the course. Ibig sabihin po, tumataas po yung quarter na from quarter 1, quarter 2, 3, and 4, from grade 1, 2, 3, 4, from elementary to secondary. But just the same, the concept, the content, pabalik-balik po yung salitang matter, pabalik-balik po sila yung number sense, pero po, nagiging komplikado na sila. What is the purpose? Para magkaroon po ng tinatawag na mastery yung bata. Ibig sabihin, tumataas yung grade level niya, pero yun pa rin yung pinag-uusapan, but in a very complicated way. Because we tend to challenge the learners to think critically. Yun ang tinatawag na higher order thinking skills. By the way, highway and anyway, my dear participants, lahat po ng magsasalita, lahat ng domain, lahat ng strands, lahat ng ating sasabihin, they are contributory. Wala pong contradiction dito. Ano po? Lahat po sila contributory. Kaya po lahat ng maririnig natin, i-absorb natin. Wala po yung compartmentalize ang learning. Even the school heads, we need to absorb everything because all of these are contributory in developing self and others. Another one is it requires the deepening of it with each successive encounter, building on the previous one. So self-explanatory naman po yan. Let's proceed. What are the features of the spiral curriculum? Please do not be confused. Kanina po ang dinidiscuss ko, what are the features of the K-12 curriculum. This time, mas specific po tayo. We're talking about the features of spiral curriculum or spiral progression. First, topics are revisited. Babalik-balik po tayo from time to time. Second, there are increasing levels of difficulty. Third, the competence of na-discuss na rin po natin yon. The value of spiral curriculum, merong tinatawag tayong reinforcement, a move from simple to complex, na-discuss na natin. Meron pong integration. What does integration mean? Pagdating po sa pedagogical approaches, si teacher po, ang sabi po natin dito sa integration, hitting 3 birds in 1 stone. You are learning in science and yet pwede ring maisama natin ang mathematics or English. So ibig sabihin po noon, yung learning po ng bata, diverse. The learners themselves are diverse and at the same time, yung learning nila diverse din. Bakit? Although they are in the setting of science, pero at the same time, nare-refresh sila sa iba pang learning area. And we called it integration. Sabi nga in layman's term, hitting 3 birds in 1 stone. And then yung ating curriculum po, pansinin po ninyo seamless. What does seamless mean? Yung picture po nakikita ninyo yan, paikot-ikot doon sa arrow. Yung arrow po nagpapakita ng direksyon. Yun po namang spring, kung spring man natin na matatawag yan. We called it seamless. Kasi po dire-diretso siya. Ano po? Pero dire-diretso in logical sequence. Naka-arrange po siya. Hindi naman po pwedeng mag-start ka kaagad doon sa polynomials na hindi mo na naaral ng bata yung law of integers. Hindi naman pwedeng nasa polynomials ka na o nasa quadratic equation ka na hindi pa na natututunan ng bata. Yung tinatawag nating monomial, binomial, di ba? Kasi nga, ang sequence po dapat logical. Okay. Although logical siya, pero dapat flexible pa rin siya. What does flexible mean? Yung salitang flexibility, ano po, kung i-apply natin in the context of classroom setting, papasok po yung tinatawag nating diverse learners. Di po ba meron tayong tinatawag na advanced learners, meron din tayong tinatawag na average learners, meron din tayong tinatawag na struggling learners. While we're talking about quadratic equation, for instance, ipagamit mo na yung formula ng quadratic equation through solving problem doon sa advanced learners. On the other hand, doon naman sa mga extreme, yung mga struggling learners do not apply. Still, ang topic natin is, ang lesson natin is quadratic equation. Huwag po tayong matakot na ay, ang aking lesson ngayon ay quadratic equation. What do I expect from this mga bungol-bungol? Dahil ang mga estudyante mo, mga bungol-bungol, hindi mo na i-discuss ang quadratic equation. That's unfair. Kasi po, sabi nga, di ba, non-negotiable yung lesson natin. Kung ang lesson mo for that particular day or quarter is quadratic equation, it's just a matter how you offer the menu from your clients. Di ba? Sabi nga natin may mga garnishing. Ngayon kung ang iyong client ay struggling learners, paano mo ngayon i-discuss yung quadratic equation? So yun, doon papasok po yung tinatawag na differentiated instruction. Ulitin ko, balikan natin, pagdating po doon sa advanced learners and then give them a solving problem utilizing quadratic equation in solving the given problem. On the other hand naman, doon sa struggling learners, quadratic equation pa rin ang lesson mo. Pero this time around, magtiis ka muna paano nila isulat, paano nila intindihin ang every part ng ating quadratic formula. Pag nabuo lang nila ito, kahit mali yung mga signs, then somehow, quadratic equation din ang lesson nila. Ang problema po doon sa traditional practice of teaching, pag na-perfect ng bata, running for honor yung quadratic equation, at nilingon natin ngayon struggling learners, ang tawag na natin sa kanilang mga bubok, mga mahihina, walang kwenta, that's unfair. Ibig sabihin, give what is due to the learner because we have the so-called diverse learners. Kaya po mapapansin niyo, kahit po yung ating policy guidelines on the recognition of students, hindi po ba? Wala na silang kalaban na bata. Kasi ang kalaban na nila yung sarili nila. Ang tawag doon performance-based na po. Okay? So much for spiral. Let's now proceed yung paano siya nagkaka-connect. Ano po? Tignan po natin dito. By the way, gusto ko pong i-correct yung ating po yung slide with due respect, yung credit po doon sa gumawa. Ay, nawala ako, ma'am. Ano nangyari? May pinindot ako, sorry. May lumabas kasi. Yung aking PowerPoint nawala. Ayan. Okay, thank you. Sorry po, ano po, kasi doon po nakalagay po doon sa graphics, science content from grade 1 to 10, although meron naman po talaga anything around us involves science, naniniwala po ako. Pero pagdating po sa curriculum, ang science po nagsisimula sa grade 3. Ano po, yun po ang training namin. Pero kasi po nakalagay dito dati originally from grade 1 to 10. So, I made some corrections with due respect doon sa ating mga author ng ating mga slides. Ginawa kong grade 3 to grade 10. Okay? So dito po, mapapansin niyo po doon sa curriculum guide. Ito very well versed na po yung mga teacher. Mapapansin niyo po na doon sa ating curriculum guide from grade 3 to grade 7, consistent po yung sequence, yung logical arrangement ng bawat topic, ng bawat content. That nagsisimula lagi sa matter, and then living things and their environment. Clockwise po kasi po doon sa ating curriculum guide ay downward by column. Dito po sa illustration niya, clockwise siya. Magsimula sa matter, then living things and their environment, force, motion, and energy, earth, and space. Consistent po yung arrangement na yan. We call it logical arrangement from grade 3 to grade 7. Pero mapapansin nyo po pag dumating na kayo ng grade 8, 9, and 10, nagbabago na po itong mga arrangement ng ating mga content. Ano po? Bakit po? Kasi po nag-start na po siyang mag-rotate. Yun po, nagkakaroon na po ng tinatawag na spiral progression. Ano po? Yun po ang dahilan kung bakit mapapansin natin sa curriculum guide, nagbago na yung position ng bawat content ng bawat topic. So here, bagamat ano yung connection ng bawat content? Iisa po from grade 3 to grade 10, science content, ano po? Matter. Under matter, we have diversity of materials, properties and structure, changes and interaction. Yun po yung content ng matter. Pagdating naman po sa living things and their environment, the characteristics of the environment, the structure, the function, and the processes. Force, motion, movement, effects of force, forms of energy, and in transformation. And then doon naman sa earth and space, the surroundings, the land, the water, the air, weather and climate and solar system. By the way, gusto ko pong ma-remind, ano po, we're talking about the content connections. Pero po, it has something to do with the grade level. Kasi po, meron din po tayong tinatawag na grade level standards. What are the grade level standards? Hindi po yata nadaanan natin kanina, pero take note from our curriculum guide, from our K-12 curriculum, we have the first K stage from kinder to grade 3. And then the second K stage, and then third K stage, we have grade 7 to grade 10, which is junior high school. And then the last stage of basic education is grade 11 to 12, which is the senior high school. Okay? Bakit ayaw na siya? Baka wala na ako kanina. Ma'am Marlene, I'm still on the air.
Yes, Sir Benji. Okay, okay.
Ay,
Okay
sir,
na.
medyo nagang po yung aking slide, sir. Wait lang po. Dear participants, please bear with me. Ay, naayos lang po. Ano ba yan? Okay. So this is the final slides for this particular topic. It reminds us that our goal is holistically develop Filipino learners with 21st century skills. Lagi po tayong mariremind doon para alam po natin yung ating craft, alam po natin yung ating practice, that the Filipino learner must be developed holistically. Mahalaga po yung salitang holistic, ano po? Meaning complete. Pero hindi po doon nagtatapos. Para maging complete po, dapat equip sila ng 21st century skills. In like manner, si teacher dapat equip din siya ng 21st century skills. Even si school heads. Ano po? So, let's now proceed with the hardest part of the curriculum, the curriculum contextualization. Why we need to contextualize? Bakit kailangan nating mag-contextualize? Let's first begin with the law. Sabi po sa section 5 of paragraph H of Republic Act 10533, curriculum must be flexible and allow schools to localize, indigenize, and enhance based on their respective educational and social context. Ito po, very self-explanatory siya. Ibig sabihin po, ang batas po ng basic education in the Philippines ay pinapayagan po ang mga educational leaders, kagaya ng mga principals, ano po, ng mga TICs, ng mga head teachers, master teachers, lahat po ng curriculum leaders, we are free to contextualize, localize, and indigenize. Bakit po? Because there is a very substantial reason why we have to contextualize. First, let us define what is contextualization. Contextualization refers to the educational processes of relating the curriculum, please take note, relating the curriculum to a particular setting, situation of an area of application to make the competencies, please take note, to make the competencies highlighted relevant, meaningful, and useful to the learners. Lagyan natin ng example para mas madali agad-agad bago natin mawala. Bakit tayo kailangan mag-contextualize? For instance, doon po sa reading material, sabi doon, one of the lines says, and John passes through the longest bridge in London, which is called London Bridge. If this is the context, if this is the text, being read by the learner, pwede po natin siyang i-contextualize. Kung siya po ay taga Malatgao, ano po, why not use the boy passes through the Malatgao Bridge? Ibig sabihin po, kanyang-kanya talaga yung lugar. Kasi araw-araw siyang dumadaan dun sa Malatgao Bridge. makaka-relate kaagad yung bata. Ano po? Meron po yung tinatawag na sense of ownership. Ano po? Ay, amin yan, taga-Malatgaw ako. So, ibig sabihin, magkakaroon po ng interest yung bata. That's exactly the reason why we need to contextualize. Ano po? By the way, may paalala lang po. Ano po? Pag tayo daw po gagamit ng mga local names in our contextualization, see to it, halimbawa pangalan ng mga bata, ang gagamitin daw po nating pangalan, yung pangalan ng mga hero, yung pangalan ng mga mababait na tao. Kasi they will serve as a model. Huwag daw po nating pangalanan ng pangalan ng mga bad person. Kasi ma-internalize yun ng learner, edi magiging bad rin siya. So yun isa sa mga reminders sa atin. Ulitin natin why we need to contextualize so that the competencies become relevant, meaningful, and useful to the learners. The localization and indigenization. Ulitin natin, meron daw pong 2 degree ang contextualization. Una, ang localization and indigenization. What's the difference between the two? Localization, this comprises of the local information and materials, learning context, plus local information and materials. Ang tawag po daw po natin doon, if this is our practice, then we tend to localize. That is localization. Example, names, situations, settings, problem solvings, local stories. Ano po? So yun ang example ng ating localization. Maglagay tayo. Pangalan ng tao, pangalan ng lugar. Ano yung mga situation? Pandemic. Although ang pandemic ay global, pero ano ang sa setting ng Pilipinas, ano ang situation ng ating ano? O lalagyan natin ng range in a scale of 1 to 10. Ano na yung situation ng ating COVID-19 pandemic sa Pilipinas? So that situation. Settings, problem solvings, local stories. Again, kung ang lesson po natin araling panlipunan, halimbawa po at ang setting ay ang ating content ay nasa world history, pwede po natin siyang i-localize. Ano po? Instead of talking of the Angel Falls, halimbawa, one of the greatest falls in the world is the Angel Falls. That's maybe kung tamang pagkakaunawa ko, that's in somewhere in Latin America. Huwag na po nating paisipin yung bata doon sa Latin America. Kung siya naman po ay taga Estrella Village, hindi sabihin na lang po nating Estrella Falls para po madali siyang makarelate. Kasi every weekend, naliligo siya doon sa Estrella Falls, di ba? So para madali siyang makarelate. Then yung mga local stories po, ano po, yung pong problem solving, hindi po ibig sabihin ng problem solving, mathematics lang siya. Sabi nga doon sa problem-based learning, ano po, PBL. That's under inquiry-based learning. Doon po sa PBL, i-immerse po natin yung bata sa isang particular na problem or situation and then isusolve ng bata. Sana po kung meron tayong pagkakataon, my dear school heads, i-browse po natin yung tinatawag na Revel Education. Nandyan po yan sa page ng Al Jazeera, particularly po doon sa Thailand. Pag sinabing Revel Education, ganito po yun. Ibig sabihin, i-immerse natin yung bata. Sa science class, halimbawa, palabasin lang natin sila ng classroom. Then, mag-identify sila, ano ba yung mga problema? Basura. Di ba? Yung pag-manage ng mga basura. Kung pag i-identify nila na ang problema within the campus is yung solid waste management. And then, let them make a simple research how to manage yung mga basura. So that is a one way of solving problem. Ano po? So pwede rin po natin yan i-contextualize. Mismo dun sa school, this is somehow localization. Ano po? Now the second degree is indigenization. Ano yung napapalab sa indigenization? This includes the biogeography, the history, and the social-cultural dimension. Okay. Kung i-define po natin ito literally, one by one, medyo mas mahirap siyang i-comprehend. Ano po? Tingnan na lang po natin by example. Now, dito po, ito po yung example po natin ng coded competency. Ano po? The SFFE 1VI-J-J-1. Ibig sabihin po yung competence sabi, identify star patterns that can be seen at particular times of the year. Okay. Yun po yung competency. Ano po? From the curriculum guide. Now, paano natin siya ilo-localize? Use the community's name of the prominent stars if they have, while retaining the use of the Greek constellation and its background in the discussing star patterns. Ibig sabihin po, mananatili po yung original name ng mga stars. Ano po? May mga shooting stars, different kinds of stars. Ano po? Mananatili siya, pero pwede po natin siyang gamitin ng local name. Ano po? So in that way, nagkakaroon na po tayo ng tinatawag na localization. Alam po ninyo, para nga masaya, pwede nyo gamitin ang pangalan ng mga bata para immerse sila. Di po ba yung mga bata, pag ginagamit nyo yung pangalan nila, masayang-masaya sila pag ginamit sa lesson. Diba? So wag lang natin gamitin yung mga pangalan ng mga bata dun sa mga embarrassing moment kasi ma-offend sila. Pero kung yun naman ay dun sa mga beautiful stars, proud na proud po yan sila. So that's an example of localization. Now, in case of indigenization, we can discuss the community's own calendar of star patterns and its background before discussing the Greek constellation. Alam naman po natin, di ba, merong mga local calendars, yung ating mga ninuno, yung ating mga IPs, meron po yan silang mga local calendars. Ano po? Pwede po natin gamitin yon. Actually po, if I may share, my dear participants, nowadays, we are on the stage of establishing the so-called school museum. To be honest po, lahat po ng idea ko ay nagpapasalamat po ako because we were given the opportunity to benchmark yung school ni Sir Arnie, yung Sablayan National High School in Occidental Mindoro. Doon ko po nakita, Sir Arnie, I am happy to share with you that nowadays we're starting to establish our museum. Kasi nakita ko po yan doon sa school na pinanggalingan ni Sir Arnie. And then yung SSG naman po namin, naglalagay na po kami ng prayer room. Doon ko rin po yan nakita sa school ni Sir Arnie. Full blast na po yung aming SBM Center ngayon. Naka-tiles na siya. I-deliver na yung ating mga in-order na mga disalamin na mga lalagyan ng mga documents. So masaya po akong sabihin na yun po ay nanggaling po, yung idea po na yun ay nanggaling. Kami ay pumunta doon sa Sablayan, Occidental Mindoro sa school ni Sir Arnie. Ngayon po ay gusto kong i-adapt kasi yung pong hindi naman po siguro masamang manggaya kung ito naman po ay sa ikagaganda ng ating paaralan. So ako po proud na proud and very thankful po ako kay Sir Arnie for accommodating us. Meron na rin po kami ngayon tinatawag na student handbook. Ano po? Nabuo na rin ng aming mga teacher ang aming student handbook. Ang akin pong binenchmark din dyan ay yung handbook nila Sir Arnie. Sir Arnie, maraming salamat po. So yun, speaking of indigenization, kaya para gusto kong maging concrete yung example, yung isang aking coordinator po ng aming school museum po ay siya po ay teacher sa UMS. Pagkatapos po, ginamit niya po yung kanyang mga estudyante to send through online ng mga gamit sa kanilang tahanan, ng mga antique, yung mga tinuturing na mga treasured na mga gamit, ano po. So pinicture ng mga bata, sinend kay teacher. So nagkaroon ng idea si teacher ngayon kasi siya yung naging coordinator namin sa museum. Siya na rin ang magiging curator. So ngayon, nilalakad nila isa-isa yung mga bahay-bahay para i-convince yung mga property owner na kung pwede ipahiram sa school yung kanilang mga antiques, ano po, para magawa ng literature, document, pero po yun ay hiram lang. Mananatili po yung property ng pag-aari ng may-ari. Ano po? We were able to discover na meron palang jar, yung I forget the name, parang Dagor, ano ba yun, oo. At 100 years na pala, opo, na iniingatan ng tao. Pero sa magandang paliwanag, for educational purposes, na-convince po siya ng ating mga guro at bukas palad niya pong ipinahiram sa atin yung kanyang jar na pinakaiingat-ingatan. So somehow we called it indigenization, mga kapatid. So that's my challenge to my fellow school heads. If given the chance to pass the exam, please do not just utilize your license being a teacher for promotion, being a school head for promotion. Instead, gamitin po natin ito in a wider scale so that we may be able to develop teachers and learners, even the stakeholders, in such a way that we were able to create a beautiful community to live in. Ano po? I'm not yet done. Sabi po ng ating Yusik Dina Ocampo, ito po, she is considered the mother of the K-12 curriculum. Sabi niya, the best curricula is contextualized by those implementing it. Ito raw yung pinaka-best na curriculum, yung nagko-contextualize. Okay? So that's end for contextualization. Let's now proceed with Strand 3.2, teaching standards and pedagogies. Okay. Now, ano po yung ating basis po sa teaching standards and pedagogies? The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, DO42 Series of 2017. Ano po? Yung domain 1 po, the content, knowledge, and pedagogy, we have 7 strands. It recognizes the mastery of content, knowledge, and its interconnectedness within and across the curriculum, coupled with pedagogical approaches for effective teaching and learning outcomes. Now, ito pong strand na to po, kung mapapansin niyo po, doon po sa ating IPCR, ano po, with COVID-19 pandemic po, nagkaroon po tayo ng adjustment, ano po. Doon po sa ating CO, dalawa na lang po tayo, CO1 and CO2 within a year. And then, mapapansin niyo po doon sa ating indicator, tatlo na lang po, di ba? We have indicator 1, which is content. Indicator 5, we have teaching strategies, including the ICT integration. And then indicator 7, which is the learning resources and materials. Tatlo na lang po. Pero po, dito nga po sa DO42, we have 7 strands. Ano po? And then in domain 2, learning environment, we have 6 strands. Ito po, just to refresh. Mamaya po, if we still have enough time, kung bibigyan pa po tayo ng pagkakataon ni Ma'am Marlene, we are going to play yung video explainer po natin para i-synthesize po yung ating mga teaching standards. Ano po? So again, in domain 2, the learning environment, we have 6 strands. Provides learning environment that is safe, effective, and supportive in order to promote learner responsibility and achievement. Domain 3, diversity of learners. This consists 5 strands. Establish learning environment that is responsive to the need of diverse learners and practice the differentiated instruction. Na-discuss ko na rin po ang BI. Domain 4, the curriculum and planning. This consists of 5 strands. Interact with national and local curriculum requirements and translate curriculum content into learning activities and apply professional knowledge to plan and design collaboratively a well-structured lesson that is relevant to the needs of the learner. And then the domain 5, assessment and reporting. We have 5 strands. Apply variety of assessment tools and strategies in monitoring, evaluating, documenting, and reporting learners' needs, progress, and achievement. Domain 6, community linkages and professional engagement. Ang tawag po natin yan ngayon doon sa ating PPSH, yung community linkages and professional engagement. Ang tawag na po natin dyan ay anong domain? Sa domain 5, building connections. Domain 7, personal growth and professional development. Here, in this domain, we value personal personal growth and professional development and exhibit high personal regard for the professional by maintaining qualities and upholds the dignity and integrity and respect of teaching profession. From time to time po, nire-relate po natin sa mga bagong policies. Ito pong domain 7, doon po sa ating PPPH, this is domain 4, which is developing self and others. And then let's now proceed with pedagogies. We have the first pedagogy is the constructivist approach. Bigyan po natin ito ng emphasis, ano po? Kasi po mahalaga to. Mahalagang maintindihan po ni school head at ni teacher yung mga pedagogical approaches. Okay? Sabi dito yung constructivist approach, the facilitator of learning creates an opportunity for the learners how to construct their own learning. Yun po, mapapansin niyo po may close parenthesis dito, authentic and genuine. Kasi po ganito po. Pag sinabi po natin constructivist approach, gone are the days, tapos na po yung paniniwala natin na ang learning lahat galing kay teacher. Hindi po yun. Ano po? Nagbago na po yung ating educational system natin. Ay inadapt na po yung mga research-based na approach. And that includes constructivist approach. Why constructivist? Kasi po hindi na lang po natin tinuturuan yung bata ngayon na matutunan yung specific lesson yung bata. Kung papaano matutunan ang sariling pagkatuto. We tend to teach the learners how to learn. Yung salitang how, mabigat po yun. Kasi po hindi po, tapos na po tayo sa salitang spoon feeding. Halimbawa po, paano po ba yung constructivist approach? Ibig sabihin, ang role ni teacher in the classroom is just a mere facilitator of learning. What does it mean? Ibig sabihin, si teacher po bilang person in authority in the classroom, siya lang po yung mag-a-identify ng competency na dapat matutunan ni learner batay sa pinag-uutos ng ating batas through Republic Act 10533. No, yung kanina pong example na binanggit ko na learning competency, si teacher, kay teacher po yun manggagaling kasi hindi naman yun alam ni learner. Ano po? So yun ang role. So in short, magpapacilitate lang si learner. But at the end of the day, hindi po, tapos na po yung lecture method, tapos na po yung puro salita si teacher. Ang ituturo niya po under the 21st century classroom, ang ituturo po ni teacher ay turuan ang bata kung papaano mag-construct ng kanyang learning. Para mas maintindihan po natin, let's have a concrete example. Ako po, may mga times minsan, I must admit, human as I am, I also have limitations in life. May mga panahon napapagod din ako. May panahon minsan masama din ang aking pakiramdam. But I do not like to capitalize yung personal feeling ko para pabayaan yung aking trabaho. So halimbawa, puyat ka sa gabi, mayroong naglakwat ka. The following mornings, Monday, pangit naman na lunis, pakopyahin mo ng santambak yung bata just to be excused in your task. You know what I did? Simple lang. Hindi ko pa ito noon alam pero ngayon ko lang nalaman na ito pala ay constructivist approach. I group my learners into 5 and then susulat ako doon sa 4 na kapirasong papel. Lalagyan ko doon. Ako bilang English teacher, ano po? In the English class, ganito po ang ginagawa ko. Yung 5 pirasong papel, lalagyan ko po doon ng school library, school canteen, pagkatapos gymnasium, main entrance, tapos lagoon. Okay. Then I call the leaders of the leaders. Okay. Draw lot sila. Tawat papel. Okay. Then tatanungin ko, group 1. Anong laman ng iyong papel? Sir, gymnasium. Group 2, school canteen. Group 3, etc. Okay. Please take my instruction. Kung ano yung nabunot ninyo, proceed to your respective area and then make an observation, note your observations, no? Every member should have one observation in the form of sentence and then give it to your leader. Leader, summarize all the observation in paragraph form using yung kanilang mga sharing. And then be ready to report after 30 minutes. Everything is clear? Yes, teacher. Okay, what is our motto? Safety first. Very good. No more question, no more sir. Now proceed. O, dilabas na sila ng mga room. Gawa na sila ng mga sentence sila, observe na sila. Kahit mga in English kalabaw. Pagkatapos matulog na ako kasi masakit yung ulo ko. O, at least, ibig sabihin doon, kahit na ako nagpapahinga, yung learning ng bata, hindi na-hamper. Maya, be ready to report. O, di magre-report na yung bata. Nagturo ba ako ng paragraph writing? Wala. Nagturo ba ako ng construction of sentence? Wala. I just facilitated kung ano yung dapat ng bata matutunan. And we call that constructivist approach because they are the one to construct their own learning. Kaya kung tutuusin po, hindi dapat napapagod si teacher. Pag gusto, may paraan. Pag ayaw, maraming dahilan. And that's an example of constructivist approach. Halimbawa naman, in science, ilagay natin sa context ng science. Kunwari, ang lesson is about matter. Then you group them into 3. One group will conduct a research. Doon, papuntay mo sa library o kaya doon sa computer room pag may signal. Then they will conduct yung isang grupo about solid, yung isang grupo about liquid, yung isang grupo about gas. Pagkatapos, pa-reportin mo yan the following day, ikaw mismo masyashock. May mga PowerPoint presentation sila, may mga slide deck sila. Ang gaganda ng mga example nila. Hindi mo naman yung tinuro sa kanila. Pero they are the one who created their own learning. Nag-facilitate ka lang. And that is what we call constructivist approach. How I wish sana naka-face-to-face tayo kasi meron akong model dito kung paano po ito i-present. Ano po? Ito pong lahat ng pedagogical approach in just one setting. Pero sorry, hindi ko po magagawa online, virtually. Kaya po, mag-tiis po tayo dito sa lecture method. But it is my prayer na sana po ang lahat ay nakikinig. I do not know, Ma'am Marlene, if we still have hundreds online. But no matter what, let's proceed. The second pedagogy is inquiry-based learning. Sometimes tinatawag po siyang problem-based learning. Why inquiry? Because the learner must always begin with a question. But the question must be a scientific question. Halimbawa po, Ma'am Marlene, okay pa ba yung aking sound? Pa-check naman po, baka wala na pala akong kausap. Hello, Ma'am Marlene? Okay, narito.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear po. Opo.
I'm afraid kasi baka wala na pala akong kausap. Sorry po
Yes, sir, dito lang kami, sir.
Anyway, we're talking the second pedagogy. Salamat po. We're talking about the second pedagogy, which is the inquiry-based learning. Ano po ito? Sabi ko nga, sometimes tinatawag po siyang PBL. What is PBL? Problem-based learning. Ibig sabihin, ang tawag, minsan tinatawag din po siyang task-based. Why task-based? Kasi yung salitang task, that is almost the same as the word problem. Task. Diba? Ibig sabihin po nito, i-immerse mo yung bata sa isang problema na siya ang magsusolve. Normally po, it always begin with a question. Halimbawa po in science. Ilagay naman natin sa science context natin, sa science class. What are the examples of scientific question? Halimbawa po, does air has weight? Ang hangin ba ay may bigat? So that's the question. Ipopost mo yun sa mga bata. Definitely, ang bilis nilang magsagot, Sir, wala. Ma'am, meron. So iba-iba yung sagot, ano po? Pero po hindi po natin kakagatin yung mga sagot nila. We need to immerse them. Okay, children? For us to be able to prove that really air has weight, let's proceed to the science laboratory. Okay. So ito ang ating weighing scale. Ito ang condom. Ito ang balon. Hello, sorry lang po. Ilag-ilag lang. Ito ang weighing scale. Ito ang ating balon. Okay. John, you weigh 3 times the weight of balloon. Anna, you record it into your record note. Okay. First try, 0.5 grams. Second try, 0.6 grams. And then third trial, 0.5 grams. Okay, Anna, you add and then divided by 3. What is the average? Teacher, the average is 5.5. Example lang naman. Kasi wala naman akong calculator dito. If the average weight of the balloon is 5.5 grams, okay, naka-record siya. And then, this time, Peter, hold the empty balloon. This time, ihipan mo yung balon para magkaroon ng hangin. Talian mo. Do it now. Tinalian. Okay. Marlene, try to weight now the balloon. This time with air. Trial 1, 1 gram. Trial 2, 1.2 grams. Trial Anna, Marlene, you add and then divide it by 3. What is the average weight of the balloon with air? Sir, 1.3 grams. Okay. What is the first record of the weight of the balloon with empty balloon? 5.5. So this time, Henry, subtract 1.3 divided by minus 5.5. What's the difference? Sir, 4 point something. Okay. What does 4 point something represents now? Anybody from the class? Sir, that difference between the empty balloon and balloon with air, that difference represents the weight of the air. Any reaction from the group? Yes, sir, we agree. So, balikan natin ang question. Does air has weight? Yes, teacher. Air has weight. In this particular experiment, the weight of the balloon is 0.4 grams. Okay. Cindy, formulate now your conclusion. Teacher, we therefore conclude that air has weight based on the experiment we conducted. Is this scientific? Yes. Do we have proof? Yes. What is your proof? We have record set. Very good. That's all for today. Class dismissed. So that is an example of inquiry-based learning or the problem-based learning. Nag-lecture ba si teacher? Hindi. Nag-define ba si teacher? Hindi. Ano ang ginawa ni teacher? Nag-facilitate. Sino ang nagtrabaho? Si learner. Genuine ba ang pagkatuto? Yes. Kasi sila mismo ang nag-create ng kanilang learning. Very good. So that is second pedagogy. The third pedagogy is collaborative learning. Collaborative learning, learners are usually work independently by group. Here, they tend to be responsible on their own achievement and learning. Ibig sabihin po yung unang setup natin at yung pangalawa, now, bakit genuine? Kasi sila ang gumawa. Bakit proud ang mga bata? Because they are responsible of their own achievement. For that, we have the so-called authentic and genuine learning. And those are examples of collaborative learning. By the way, collaborative is not only limited with face-to-face. Collaborative can also be done in the context of the school community or national or even international or even global because of the internet. Collaboration can be done worldwide nowadays. And then the fourth is integrative approach. Integrative, from the word integrative, crossing from one in the curriculum to the other learning area. Ito na yung binabanggit ko madalas, hitting three birds in one stone. Meaning the teacher tends to maximize learning within and across the curriculum. Kung siya ay nasa klase ng math, dapat at the same time, natututo rin siya ng English, natututo rin siya ng values education. So we call that integrative approach. Kaya dapat si teacher, kung very creative siya, the teacher must always begin with the current issues. Whether you're a science teacher, you're a math teacher, or an English teacher, always begin with the current issues. Ano ba ang issue ngayon? At meron na palang lockdown sa Puerto, meron na palang tinatawag na barangay lockdown, etc. So always begin with that. For that somehow, that belongs to Araling Panlipunan. Ano po? And then proceed now with your learning competencies in mathematics. Magtuturo ka ng math, pero at the same time, they are updated with the current issues. Somehow that's belong to Araling Panlipunan. And then using now your problem solving, di ba? Reading comprehension yun. They have to read the problems. Kasi you cannot solve the problem without comprehension. So ibig sabihin, hindi ka lang nagtuturo ng problem solving sa math. Nagtuturo ka rin at the same time ng Araling Panlipunan at nagtuturo ka pa ng English because of the reading comprehension. So ganun dapat si teacher, very creative. Okay. And then the last one is reflective teaching. What does reflective teaching mean? The learner reflects and assesses his own learning. He sets his own pacing, standards, and target. What does it mean? Kung si teacher, as 21st century teacher, ay nagre-reflect, tandaan po natin mga schoolets, kapag ang teacher late na pumasok, pagkatapos alas 4 pa lang hawak na naman ang lipstick, ibig sabihin yung teacher na yan hindi yan nagre-reflect. Kasi he is always ready to go home. Pero yung teacher 5:30 na nandoon pa, nagsusulat pa ng kung ano-ano, nag-iisip pa, ibig sabihin nagre-reflect siya that he is not satisfied ng kanyang performance within the day. Kasi gusto niya pang maging creative, gusto niya pang palalimin ang pagkatuto ng bata. So that is what we call reflective teaching. Ibig sabihin, you always look back on the performance of the learners or even the performance of the teacher. Yung self-performance niya, ina-assess niya mismo. And for that, nagkakaroon tayo ng meron tayong tinatawag na self-direction, meron tayong self-target, tinatarget po natin. Ano po? Kaya meron tayong sariling pacing. Halimbawa, ano ba yung natutunan ko for the day? Ano po? I learned simple addition. Bukas, pag-aaralan ko naman, sa susunod naman, ang tatargetin ko naman, addition with sign numbers. O, pag natapos ng bata yun, sa susunod, tatargetin ko naman ang polynomials. This time around, addition with sign numbers with variables. Susunod na naman, with ano nga yan, ma'am, yung may exponent. No? So, ibig sabihin, palalim ng palalim. So, we call that reflective teaching. Bakit reflective teaching? Kasi po, may sense of responsibility yung bata sa kanyang pagkatuto. Nagre-reflect siya, nag-iisip siya, ano pa yung dapat niyang matutunan. Pag ang bata hindi po nag-isip ng ganun, ibig sabihin, everything is for compliance. In the same way, pag si teacher ay nagbigay lang ng quiz, nag-uwi na, o hindi man lang nagbigay ng homework, hindi man lang nagbigay ng extension. Kung sa science, we have the so-called 7E model. Pag hindi na-meet ni teacher yung 7E model for the whole class, then everything is futile. Bakit? Kasi may kulang. So, ibig sabihin po, dapat lahat po tayo nagre-reflect, nag-iisip, nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na self-assessment, nire-review natin ang ating performance. Ganyan din po yung bata, mga bata. Dapat nagre-reflect po siya. Now, all of these approaches, all of these pedagogical approaches are very essential and must go hand in hand with the so-called 21st century skills. Ano po? Para po authentic at genuine ang pagkatuto ng bata. This time, to synthesize everything, let us now watch a video presentation, which is the PPST Explainer video, para po masubstantiate yung ating learning for the day. At dito po tayo magtatapos. Ano po? So, paano ko ba ito? Saglit lang, Mama Marlene, wait lang po ah. Ano yun? Alis ako sa pa.
Walang sounds daw mo. Kasi tinanggal niya ito. Ito? Sana tinanggal niya. Dito na. Meron na? Okay na? Wala din. Paano kaya ito? Hindi ako marunong yan.
Sir, pakiclick lang po yung share sound.
Share it sounds daw.
Ito po yung more, tapos share sound.
Wala pa. Diba? Share it sounds.
Nandun po sa menu ninyo sa taas, yung merong start video, security participant. Sa dulo po may tatlong dots na may nakalagay na more, tapos select share sound.
Which is I think. Meron na. Meron. Nakashare siya, Ma'am Len.
Yan, okay na ulit.
Start mo din. Meron na. Pakita mo kung sulang yung sounds yung sila. Nag-echo dyan sa'yo, Ma'am Len, kasi ano ka. Yan. Meron na. Pero baka talaga pala pa ito. Wala sound? Wala na ako. Ba't kasi may ba may sound? Wala sound? Opo, dito lang po. Hindi, tanggalin ito. Tanggalin mo ito. Hindi na po mapasok yung sound sa'yo.
Hindi po mapasok? Wala sound dyan?
Wala po.
Wala siya. Diba? Paano
Wala
kaya
pong
yun?
sound, sir.
Saan po pipindutin?
Click nyo lang po dun sa more, tapos share sound.
More daw. More.
Wala po sa PowerPoint, sir. Wala po sa video. Balik dun po sa menu ng Zoom, i-click nyo lang yung more, tapos share sound.
Share computation. Meron na? Meron na? Meron. I-play mo yun. Hindi
Wala
na play.
po sound.
Meron na.
The Philippine Professional Standards.
Meron.
Teachers play a crucial role in improving the quality of the teaching and learning process. Hence, enhancing teacher quality ranks foremost in the many educational reform efforts towards quality education.
In August 2017, the Department of Education Secretary Leonor Briones signed into policy Department Order Number 42, stipulating the national adoption and implementation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers.
Our dear teachers in the Department of Education, I am very pleased, I'm honored to introduce to you this explainer video on the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, which you can utilize to help you further find out and develop better and more effective ways of teaching your various fields. It is said that the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of our teachers. And this is something which we in the department recognize, but the rest of the country as well. And we hope that with this, we will further develop ways to make your learners be more creative, to be more analytical, and to prepare them for lifelong learning. Because after all, we know that learning does not stop with formal schooling. Learning is a lifetime experience and it is a lifetime journey. This was developed through years of rigorous research and consultations which were conducted by the Research Center for Teacher Quality, involving many of you teachers because you are also consulted. Of course, we want to hear the experiences of the best, the most effective teachers. And we'd also like to thank the Australian government for supporting the Philippine government in this very important work.
Over 3 years, thousands of teachers, school heads, supervisors, teacher educators, and stakeholders around the Philippines contributed to the development and validation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers articulates teacher quality through well-defined domains, strands, and indicators.
It is a public statement of professional accountability, helping teachers reflect on their own practice as they aspire for personal growth and engage in professional development.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers complements the reform initiatives on teacher quality, such as the K-12 reform, the Philippine Qualifications Framework, the ASEAN integration and internationalization, and the changing character of the 21st century learners.
The standards defines what teachers are expected to know, be able to do, and value in their profession.
From undergraduate preparation to leadership in the teaching profession.
It supports teachers to know where they are in terms of practice, what is expected of them, and how they can improve to reach the next level.
Beginning teachers are expected to demonstrate knowledge and understanding of teaching principles and strategies.
Proficient teachers are expected to independently apply teaching principles and strategy.
Highly proficient teachers are expected to consistently display a high level of performance in their teaching practice, mentor colleagues, and work collegially with other staff.
Distinguished teachers are expected to embody the highest standard for teaching, grounded in global best practices, and lead colleagues in promoting quality teaching and learning.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers articulates distinctive areas of the teaching profession into 7 domains.
Domain 1. Content knowledge and pedagogy. Quality teachers know what to teach and how to teach it.
Domain 2. Learning environment. Maintain a learning-focused environment.
Domain 3. Diversity of learners. Respond to learner diversity.
Domain 4. Curriculum and planning. Plan and design effective instruction.
Domain 5. Assessment and reporting. Use a variety of assessment tools to inform and enhance the teaching and learning process.
Domain 6. Community linkages and professional engagement. Establish school-community relationships and uphold professional ethics.
Domain 7. Personal growth and professional development. Engage in professional reflection and assume responsibility for personal and professional learning.
In summary, the 7 domains are content knowledge and pedagogy,
Learning environment.
diversity of learners,
Curriculum and planning.
assessment and reporting,
Community linkages and professional engagement.
personal growth and professional development.
That refer to more specific dimensions of teacher practice.
Each strand has indicators which describe concrete, observable, and measurable teacher practices per career stage.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers is internationally compliant, K-12 aligned, and Philippine contextualized.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, based on Department Order 42, shall be used as a basis for all learning and development programs for teachers to ensure that teachers are properly equipped to effectively implement the K-12 program.
All performance appraisals for teachers shall be based on the professional standards.
The Professional Standards provides a common language for teachers, teacher educators, and other stakeholders to make sense of the various tools, performance management systems, and initiatives of the Department of Education.
Over time, the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers will become the new yardstick for teacher professional learning, career development, appointment, retention, promotion, and rewards.
The Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers captures the voice of the profession.
The Philippine Professional Standard for teachers who are committed to improving learners' outcome.
This explainer video was made possible through the leadership of the Department of Education, Teacher Education Council, in collaboration with the Philippine National Research Center for Teacher Quality. The project was supported by the Australian government through the Basic Education Sector Transformation Program.
Okay na rin sana ba yan? Ano siya? Ano ulit? Yan. So to end, thank you for the wonderful experience in serving you. To God be the glory. Have a nice day, participants. Thank you, Ma'am Marlene. Thank you, Sir Art. Bye-bye.
Hello, Sir Benji. Thank you so much. Sir, medyo naputol na po kayo nung last part. Okay na po? So, hihingiin na lang po namin yung presentation ni Sir Benji na kung pwede po pakisend na lang po kay Sir Kevin Marquez para po ma-file niya na naman po for the domain 3. Thank you so much, Sir Benji, sa oras po, sa inyong pag-share
Thank you,
ng
ma'am.
knowledge sa amin po. Maraming salamat po. Malaking tulong po ito para sa mga magte-take po ng principal's test. Thank you so much po and God bless po always. And now for our next speaker, may we welcome Ma'am Mary Therese C. Castro.
Akala ko si Beret.
Last po si Ma'am Veray, sir. Mamayang 1 p.m. po siya. Ma'am Mary Therese, you can now share your presentation po.
Okay.
much.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you po. Okay na ba, ma'am?
Yes po, okay na po and loud and
Hello,
clear po.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Opo, yes po, okay na po. Nakikita na ma'am and clear naman po ang voice ninyo.
Okay, so good noon po. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, good morning po sa mga ating mga reviewees. So, I will be discussing about the Strand 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6. So, for the 3.4, it's about the learner achievement and other performance indicators. So for our objective this morning, parang hindi na gumagalaw, ma'am. Ayun. To understand the learning outcomes to support learning achievement and attainment of other performance indicators, and to understand and engaging the wide school community in developing database interventions to sustain learner and achievement and to attain other performance indicators. So first is, what is learner achievement? So for learner achievement, so it is the measurement of the amount of academic content of learner learns in a given time frame. Each instruction level has specific standards or goals that educators must teach to their students, as well students' levels of self-efficacy, self-control, and motivation, also impact levels of achievement. So pag sinabi po nating learner achievement, ito po yung na-measure po natin yung amount of academic content of a learner na natutunan po sa ating teaching and learning process. So sino ang ating mga learners? Of course, our students or pupils. And there is a lot of time frame na mai-test po natin yung learner achievement. Sometimes, it is about during the discussion, before, during, and after discussion, at the end of the unit, at the end of the semester. So, doon po natin matitest yung learner achievement ng ating mga learners. So, what are the 4 factors of student achievement? So we have 4 factors that impact student achievement that are classroom management, teaching for learning, home and parent involvement, and believing that all students can learn. Most things in life are pretty simple but they are usually not easy. So, sino po ang dapat maging leader dito sa ating classroom management? Sino po ang may task sa paggagawa ng isang positive classroom environment? So that is teacher. So dapat po yung teachers in managing the classroom environment ay doon po nakabase ang ating student achievement. And of course, the delivery of teaching for learning. So in teaching for learning, there are different or varied strategies, approaches, and methods of teaching na dapat gawin po ito based on the individual differences of our learners. Before we have doing our strategies, let us find out first the individual skills, talents of our learners so that we will know what are the strategies we are going to use in our teaching learning process. And one big factor to the impact of student achievement, of course, the home and parent involvement. Dapat alam din natin ang mga family background of our learners. Baka kasi minsan, during our teaching learning process, ay meron tayong nasasagasaang ego ng ating mga estudyante. Alamin din natin yung kanilang mga kakulangan, kalakasan ng ating mga estudyante. And believing that, wala nga pong sinasabi, wala pong mahina sa ating estudyante. Alamin natin kung saan sila mahina, yun po ang palakasin natin. Yung malakas sa kanila, just maintain at mas palakasin pa ulit, mas bigyan pa natin ng attention so that they can get the best achievement. So there is a difference between the student outcomes and student achievement. So what is student outcomes? So it is about determining student learning outcomes. It's a crucial step in maintaining and improving teaching and learning quality and education. So later on, makikita po natin and I will explain what are the samples of student outcomes. And what is performance indicators? It is a very easy. Kumbaga, alam na natin what are the performance indicators. So, are a means to focus on specific expectations of a program, and they facilitate the curriculum delivery strategies and assessment procedures. There is an important first step that must come before the development of performance indicators, and that is deciding on a student outcomes. So these are usually communicated to students in the program description and are stated in terms that inform the students about the general purpose of the program and expectations of the teachers. Actually, there is a difference between the student outcomes and performance indicators. Yung student outcomes, ito po ay intended to provide general information about the focus of student learning and are broadly stated of the outcome, not measurable. Ang performance, ang ating tinatawag pa na student outcomes, it's not a measurable, pero po yung performance indicators kasi nga meron tayong mga binabasihan. So that is measurable. Tandaan lang po natin ha, pag student outcomes, not measurable. Pag performance indicators, yan po ay measurable. So, while performance indicators are concrete, measurable performance as students must meet as indicators of achievement. And also performance indicators are developed from program outcomes. Ibig sabihin, it means po na yung student outcomes, doon po nakabase din yung performance indicators, yung learning achievement po ng ating mga bata. And performance indicators also indicate that concrete actions that students should be able to perform as a result of participation in the program or during the teaching learning process. So once the teaching learning process or the program outcomes have been identified, the knowledge and skills necessary for the mastery of this outcome should be listed. So makikita, after po nun, makikita natin na-achieve ba natin yung 75 or 80% proficiency level, mastery level. So this will allow the desired behavior of the students to be described and will eliminate ambiguity concerning demonstration of expected competencies. So these are the samples for student outcomes. So first is, students will work effectively as a member of a team. Kailan po ito nakikita natin? Ito during group discussion, groupings, diba? Yung meron tayong mga differentiated activities. So pag nakita po natin in differentiated activities na-reach naman ng ating mga estudyante, makikita natin yung student outcomes. Naintindihan ba nila ang lesson? Students can apply the principles of math and science on technical problem. So na-apply nila na ang mga tinuro natin mga principles, strategies, ma-apply na nila sa different learning areas. Students will have an appreciation for the need to be lifelong learners. Pag na-appreciate na nila yung mga pangangailangan, and they will become a lifelong learner. Students will have effective communication. Nakikita naman natin, we have different individual differences of our learners na meron tayong may mga batang, they are very good in oral communication, in oral test, but they have a problem in written test, diba? So, dapat balansehin natin kasi makikita agad natin doon yung student outcomes, yung learner outcomes ng ating mga estudyante. So, for the samples naman ng ating performance indicators, ito na yung sabing evidence-based natin. Students will know a professional code of ethics. So, hindi lang po merong principal code of ethics, ang teacher code of ethics, meron din pong students will know a professional code of ethics. So, dapat alam din po nila ang kanilang mga karapatan. And students will able to describe the problem-solving process. So, dapat based on evidence-based, the students will be able to describe, malalaman na po na yung mga problem-solving process. Hindi lang po yung problem-solving process in a paper and pencil. Dapat po based on their experience, sa mga nangyayari, diba, sa ating kapaligiran. And students will solve research problems through the application of scientific methods. So hindi lang po ito pang based on the mga strategies, kundi dapat na-apply din nila yung scientific methods or mga research problems. Nasabi ko nga po, the performance indicators are evidence-based. So pag sinabi po nating evidence-based, yan po dito meron tayong basihan na tinatawag po nating rubric. So, ano po itong rubric na tinatawag? It's an explicit set of criteria used for assessing a particular type of work or performance and provides more details than a single grade or mark. It helps you grade more objectively. Kailan po ito ginagawa o ginagamit natin yung tinatawag natin rubrics? So, during activities, differentiated activities, dapat bago tayo magbigay ng mga differentiated activities, ng mga group activities or individual activities during our teaching learning process, dapat meron tayong rubrics na tinatawag. Para ito yung basihan, set of criteria para ma-assess natin yung performance ng ating mga estudyante. Pag sinabing performance indicators, ito na po siya, yung rubric. So, pag sinabi rin po natin performance outcome, so dapat ito na po yung evidence-based nating tinatawag. Para naman po, it helps us grade more objectively. Hindi natin huhulaan, bigyan na natin ng 5 points, 4 points, kasi maganda dapat meron tayong tinatawag na set of criteria. Sa ngayon, napaka-importante sa ating teaching learning process, itong tinatawag na rubric. Lumalabas po ito sa principal's exam. Ang tanong po dyan is, it is an explicit set of criteria used for assessing a particular performance of the learners. So yan na po ang sagot saan ay rubric. Tandaan lang po natin yung clue po natin is a set of criteria used for assessment. So that is rubric. So in performance indicators, so based is in our SBM. So ito naman yung basihan. So sa SBM po, sa school-based management, ang ating tinitingnan po ang ating mga performance indicators po. Ang hinahanap talaga itong enrollment, dropout, completion rate, and cohort survival rate. So, para matest po yung learning outcomes ng ating eskwelahan. So, sa enrollment, so meron po tayong formula na annual enrollment minus previous annual enrollment. Tapos yung baseline po, yun yung halimbawa po, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. So yung baseline mo, yung a year before na 3 years, so yun yung baseline ng enrollment. Pagkuha naman po na yung dropout, so previous dropout rate less current dropout rate. So napakadali lang, and then divide to previous dropout rate para makuha natin yung DO rate. Actually po dapat ini-encourage tayo ng ating department na wala po tayong dropout kasi nga education for all. Diba? Dapat ang lahat ng ating mga kabataan, mga bata, dapat sila ay nasa eskwelahan o nag-aaral. Actually, marami tayong different inclusive education or tinatawag nating interventions para maiwasan po natin itong dropout at ma-reach po natin ang mga estudyante hindi nag-aaral. And we have the completion rate. In the completion rate naman, yan yung baseline divide by baseline. So, whereas po dito sa elementary, tandaan po natin sa elementary, constant po ito sa pagkuha ng completion rate, 90.69 or 90 and 69 hundredths. Okay, so constant po yan. And then sa secondary po ay 80 and 66 hundredths. So tandaan po natin ha, yan po ay constant. Sa cohort survival rate naman po, so meron tayong current cohort survival rate less baseline divide by baseline times 100. So meron po tayong baseline sa cohort survival rate na 91 and 69 hundredths for elementary and 82 and 59 hundredths for secondary. So dapat din po natin alamin po yan, constant yan, i-memorize po natin kasi hindi naman po natin alam kung ano yung lalabas ngayong darating na principal's exam. So we have the sample of performance indicators. So meron po tayong tinatawag na cognitive. Pag sinabi po natin cognitive, learning is demonstrated by knowledge, recall, and intellectual skills, comprehending information, organizing ideas, analyzing data, applying knowledge, choosing among alternatives in problem solving, and creation of new products of ideas. Pag cognitive, it is about knowledge, recall, and intellectual skills. So tandaan lang po natin, pag sinabing cognitive, it's about intellectual. It's about mind. So makikita nyo in our sa slides po natin, yung meron tayong level of remember, understand, apply. So therefore, yan po is about knowledge and intellectual skills. So that is for cognitive. So yan na po yung analyze, evaluate, create. That is also under of cognitive skills. So after nun, na cognitive, meron tayong affective. Ano nga po yung sa cognitive? It's about knowledge, recall, and intellectual skills. How about affective? So pagdating naman sa affective, learning is demonstrated by behaviors indicating attitudes of awareness, interests, attention, concern, and responsibility, ability to listen and respond in interactions with others, and ability to demonstrate those attitude characteristics of values which are appropriate to the test situation in the field of study. So pag sinabi po natin affective, anong skills po kaya yan? Yan po ay about behaviors, attitudes. So, yan po ang level niyan ay receiving, responding, valuing, and organization and characterization by a value of value complex. So, meron na po tayong dalawang performance indicators na tinatawag o basihan sa paggawa ng ating mga test questions. Basihan po natin yan sa paggawa ng ating subject matter, di ba? Ng ating objectives of our subject matter. So, meron na tayong cognitive skills and affective. And the last is psychomotor. Psychomotor, pag sinabi nating psychomotor, ano kaya yan? It's about more on physical. So, learning is demonstrated by physical skills, coordination, dexterity, manipulation, grace, strength, speed, action, which
Nawala na po si Ma'am Therese.
Apo, let's wait po. Nagko-connect na po siya ulit. Medyo nawala daw yung signal niya. Pero let's wait for a while po. So rest assured po na yung mga presentations po ng lahat ng ating mga speakers ay isi-send po sa atin ni Sir Kevin Marquez by file po per domain. Okay po? Thank you so much po. Hintayin lang po natin. Medyo humina po yung internet ni Ma'am Therese. Ano po kaya kung let's take a break po muna and then let's resume at 1 p.m. po? Okay po? So hindi naman na po i-close itong link. Naka-open lang naman po ito siya. So for now po, mag-break na lang po muna tayo. Anyway, it's 11:30 na din po. So para makapag-prepare pa po ng ating lunch, and then we'll resume at 1 p.m. po with Ma'am Mary Therese Castro. Thank you so much once again and good morning po.
Si Merlin. Si Merlin, resume na lang mamaya. Signal talaga ang problema eh.
Sir Arnie? Opo, sir, nag-announce na po ako na 1 o'clock na lang po.
Apo. Kasi
Kasi
masyado.
alanganin na rin, sir, kung mag-proceed pa ulit si Ma'am, si Ma'am Therese.
Sige, thank you ha.
Opo, sir.
Nasa
Opo, thank you
office.
po. Opo, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's wait, Ma'am Therese, kung naka-join ka na po, let's wait na lang po muna for the other participants. So as of the moment, we have 71 participants pa na naka-join sa link. Thank you po. You can, you can share your presentation na po para later po makapag-start na po kayo. Thank you, Ma'am Therese. Sir Kevin, hindi daw po makapag-unmute si Ma'am Therese ng kanyang microphone at makapag-share. Pwede pong paki-add siya as co-host. Maraming salamat po.
Ayun na po.
Okay po, thank you. Sir Kevin? Naka-disable pa rin daw si Ma'am Therese. Ayan na, co-host ka na, Ma'am.
Na-disconnect siya ulit, ma'am, kaya nawala ulit.
Okay po. Salamat po.
Pwede na po ulit, ma'am.
Okay na, ma'am? Okay na, sir? Hello?
Kita na
Hello,
po.
ma'am? Ay, okay na, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Sorry po sa internet connectivity problem. Okay, so balikan lang po natin the samples for performance indicators. So we have the cognitive, the psychomotor, and affective. So pag sinabi po natin, it tells cognitive, it is about knowledge recall and intellectual skills, while in affective, it is about the attitudes of awareness, interest, and attention. While in psychomotor, it is about physical skills or motor skills. So that is for our Strand 3.4. And let's go we have to demonstrate knowledge and understanding of learning assessment tools, strategies, and utilizations of result consistent with curriculum requirements, and to provide technical assistance in using learning assessment tools, strategies, and result consistent with curriculum requirements to ensure accountability in achieving higher learning outcomes. So, first is, what is learning assessment? So, learning assessment is a method to measure how much of the knowledge and skills a learner has acquired during a course of study or during the teaching learning process. And there are two types of assessment, the formative and summative. So, a formative learning assessment occurs during teaching learning process. So, we all know that from the word assessment, assess, so it means po ay measurement. How to measure the learning of our learners. And the purpose of assessment is to gather relevant information about student performance or progress, or to determine student interest to make judgment about their learning process. So, kinakailangan po talaga every time and then during our teaching learning process, we have our assessment. Bakit kinakailangan po merong assessment? Para makita po natin ang student performance, ang progress ng ating mga estudyante. Malaman natin it is failed ba or pass or need pa ng reinforcement or need pa ba ng remediation. So, napaka-importante po itong assessment sa bawat ginagawa natin, especially po sa teaching and learning process. So, meron po tayong tinatawag na assessment for learning. So, the assessment for learning, tandaan po natin assessment for learning, the word for. So, emphasizes the formative and diagnostic purpose of assessment. So, pag sinabi po natin diagnostic, it is the schema or the pre-evaluation to our learners. It happens during the learning. The various data collected in this process provides information on what should be done to improve learning. It is also provides basis for teaching, strategies, groupings, and learning resources. So, sample po niyan ay it happens during the learning. Ano po ba yung mga nangyayari during the learning? So, nandyan po yung ating mga group of activities, di ba? Na-assess po natin sila. It happens during the learning, kagaya po ng diagnostic test and formative. Pag sinabi po nating formative test, meron po tayong pre, during, and after the teaching learning process. So, eto, kanina for, tayo naman ay nasa assessment as learning. What do you mean of assessment as learning? It is use of a task or an activity for learner to use assessment to improve their own learning. Self and peer assessment, often with the guidance of the teacher, are strategies that allow them to reflect and identity areas of strengths and weaknesses. So, actually, ginagawa po natin itong assessment of learning assessment as learning during the activity to improve their own learning. Makikita agad natin na may problema, kailangan yung batang ito. And also the self and peer assessment. Nandito na po yung mga tinatawag po nating during groupings. Yan po ay assessment as learning na mabibigyan agad natin, ma-assess natin agad ang mga bata. So, the teacher gives strategies that allow them to reflect and identity areas of strengths and needs. So, through this task, this assessment as learning, the learners are able to examine themselves as learners and become more aware of how they learn. So, dapat malalaman nila, they are aware na may natutunan ba kami, ano pa ba ang mga kakailangan. And assessment as learning helps learner to make more responsibility for their own learning. So dito sa assessment as learning, the learner more responsible for their own learning and to monitor their future directions. So ito na yung tinatawag nga natin during learning, okay, or during the teaching process. And we have the assessment of learning. Kanina, assessment for learning, and then assessment as learning, and this time, assessment of learning. So this assessment of learning emphasizes the summative purpose of assessment. It is usually done at the end of a task or unit of work. A task or an activity is used to measure, record, and report on learners' level of achievement in regards to specific learning competencies. And it is the assessment of learning is also designed to provide evidence of achievement to parents and other educators and the learners themselves. So tandaan lang po natin na pag sinabi natin assessment for learning, it is a pre-test or diagnostic test, or gusto nating i-test yung schema, yung prior knowledge ng ating mga estudyante. And then the assessment as learning, ito po yung during the discussion, during the Sir Kevin, okay pa ba? Okay pa po, Sir Kevin?
Wala pa po. Wala po yung PowerPoint. Ayan, okay na po. Continue na po, ma'am.
Sir Kevin, hindi na daw maka-join si Ma'am Therese na may nadi-disconnect kasi siya.
Okay na po ulit.
Ayun, okay na ma'am?
Yes po, okay na po.
Ay,
Thank you po.
okay. So, we have the assessment types. So, all of different assessment types work together to provide a complete, valid, a reliable, and fair picture of students' abilities. So, we have the diagnostic, formative, assessment, summative, norm reference, criterion reference, and interim or benchmark. So, what is diagnostic assessment or tinatawag nating pre-assessment? So, one way to think about it is about to assess the capability, the strengths and weaknesses, and knowledge of skills prior to instruction. So dapat tinitest natin yung individual differences of our learners kasi magagamit natin yung tinatawag nating diagnostic assessment na malaman natin yung mga skills ng ating mga estudyante magagamit natin ito during differentiated activities. So, halimbawa, sa differentiated activities natin, yung isang group ay kinakailangan nilang kumanta, yung isang group naman ay tutula, yung isang group naman ay magdudula-dulaan. So, dapat yung arrangement natin in groupings, alam natin kung sino yung sa group 1, sa group 2, sa group 3, according to their skills. So we have the formative assessment. Yung formative assessment, it's about assess a student's performance during instruction and usually occurs regularly throughout the instruction process. So it's about naman during instruction, habang nagtuturo tayo, merong ina-assess natin ang ating mga estudyante. How about at the end of the lesson? Nagbibigay tayo ng evaluation test. It is a recorded or not? Formative assessment is it is a recorded but not graded. Anong purpose ni formative assessment? To test ang ating mga learners kung tayo pupunta na for the next competency kinabukasan. So, makikita natin kung ang ating mga estudyante ay failed or pass, na-achieve ba nila ang mastery ng lesson. So, yun yung basis or yun yung ating platform para malaman natin, ma-assess natin ang performance, ang student performance for that competency. So, summative test as a summative assessment, it is about to measure a student's achievement at the end of the instruction. So malimit ginagawa natin itong summative assessment, it is recorded and graded. Diba? And ginagawa natin after unit tests, long tests. So yan po ang ating summative assessment. And then we have the norm reference assessment. So it is about compares a student's performance against other students. Kailan naman ito? Ito yung mga national group or other norm or tinatawag nating mga standardized tests, diba? Na kino-compares natin yung ating mga students' performance against other students. So, yan yung tinatawag na norm reference assessment. So, we have the criterion reference assessment. So, measure a student's performance against a goal, specific objective, or standard. So, nagbibigay tayo ng ating mga evaluation, mga exams para i-measure natin yung as a whole, yung students' performance na para makita natin nakuha ba ng ating mga estudyante, ng mga learners natin, yung specific objective o yung tinatawag nating standardized na the learning competency. So ito rin isa rin itong tinatawag natin mga standardized tests. So the benchmark assessment or the interim evaluate students' performance at periodic intervals. Frequently at the end of grading period can predict student performance or on end of the year or summative assessment. So it means po ini-evaluate natin ang student performance at periodic intervals. Ano ba yung tinatawag natin periodic intervals? So, nandiyan yung first grading, second grading, third grading, fourth grading, or first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. So, yan yung yan po yung tatawag nating interim benchmark assessment. So, yan po, nga po ulit, ang 6 types of assessment of learning. So, we have diagnostic assessment, formative assessment, summative assessment, norm reference assessment, criterion reference assessment, and interim benchmark assessment. So, based on our DepEd Order number 55, series of 2016, it is about the policy guidelines on the national assessment of student learning for the K-12 basic education program. So, ano ba itong tinatawag natin o yung DO55? So it is a national assessment of student learning is an integral part of DepEd's assessment framework. Bakit ito inilabas ng DepEd ng ating kagawaran? So unang-una, the aims for this is monitor the Philippine education system and schools for public accountability. Assess the effectiveness and efficiency of the delivery of education services during learning outcomes as indicators. So kanina po, pinaliwanag natin or we discussed about the learning outcomes as indicators. So there is a difference, again, there is a difference between the learning outcomes and the performance indicators. Ulitin ko, the learning outcomes, observable yan, and then the performance indicators yan ay evidence-based. So, provide information that will guide decisions on instructional practices. Determine if learners are meeting the learning standards of the curriculum. So pag nagbigay tayo ng national assessment or as national test, so dapat makikita ng ating curriculum. So yan ay base sa ating learning competency at ngayon po during pandemic we have the most essential learning competency na tawag nating MELC. And then measure students' aptitude and occupational interest for career guidance. Kailan naman ginagawa itong career guidance na ito? Ito ay sa mga grade 9. And assess prior learning for placement, accreditation, and equivalency. So based on the aforementioned rationale of national assessment of student learning, through the Bureau of Educational Assessment. Meron tayong tinatawag ngayon, di ba? We are ongoing of our ELLN or ELNA na tinatawag natin. So, saan naman ito yung ELNA? Kanino ito binibigay? Sino ang mga nag-e-exam ng ELNA? To be administered at the end of grade 3 as a key stage assessment to determine if students are meeting the learning standards in early language literacy and numeracy. So tinetest, there is a national exam, national test na binibigay sa mga grade 3 learners to test or to assess o to determine kung ang estudyante, ang learners ay na-meet nila yung learning standards ng language, literacy, and numeracy. And we have also for exit assessments. So ano yung mga exit assessments? Kanino ito binibigay? So to be administered in grade 6, grade 10, and grade 12. So the purpose for this is to determine if learners are meeting the learning standards of the elementary, junior high school, senior high school curriculum. Ilan nga po yung key stages ng ating K-12? Diba? We have 4 key stages ng ating K-12. So we have the kinder to grade 3, grade 4 to 6, junior high school, and senior high school. So tatandaan po natin we have 4 key stages ng ating K-12. So we have the career assessment to be administered in grade 9 to determine learners' aptitudes and occupational interest for career guidance. Actually, itong career assessment sa grade 9, ginagamit na to for incoming college students. So dapat nakabase yung mga courses na kinukuha nila, depende doon sa kanilang career assessment. Mahigpit na po, may mga universities na naghihigpit na dapat ang course na kukunin mo ay base talaga doon sa nakuha mong course, Strand, na nakuha mo doon sa during career assessment. So accreditation and equivalency assessment to be taken by out-of-school youth and adults to certify completion for elementary and secondary. So ito na po yung tinatawag natin sa ating mga out-of-school youth, sa ating ALS, di ba? And we have the grade level placement assessment. So the grade level placement assessment for learners in special circumstances specified in Section 6 to determine the appropriate grade level in the formal system. So we have the 21st century skills. Actually, this slide was discussed already by the previous discussant about this. Ayan, okay na po ba?
Yes po.
Okay na sir, thank you po. Ang hirap makabalik sir pag nawala. Okay, so we have the communication skills. So refers to the ability to express oneself clearly and collaborate with others. So we have the information. Actually po sa principal's exam, hindi naman po nakalagay sinasabing refers to the ability to express oneself clearly and collaborate with others. Ang ginagawa po ay nakabase po yan sa situation. Situational question po siya kung it is a communication skills, information media and technology skills, learning and innovation skills, and life and career skills. So that's explain na lang po. And we have the information media and technology. So nakikita nyo naman po yan na information media and technology is about a computer. So it's about multimedia. So it is refers to ability to gather, manage, evaluate, use, and synthesis information through media and technology. Learning and innovation skills. It is ability of grade Ala, okay na po. Pasensya na po kasi po paulan na dito sa amin. Okay, so we have the accreditation and equivalency. So refers to the learners' prior learning to certify completion of elementary and secondary education. So we have the career assessment. So ito na po yung tatawag natin yan na po yung for grade 9. And we have the flexible learning options. Ito yung mga alternative delivery po natin na binibigay po natin sa ating mga out of school youth, sa mga dropping learners po natin na dapat hindi sila madrap, mabigyan natin sila ng mga flexible learning options. So we have the instructional practices, so refers the specific and effective teaching methods, approaches, and strategies that guide the learning process in the classroom. So yan naman nangyayari po, yung mga strategies and methods po na during teaching learning process inside the classroom. So ibig sabihin, learner refers to a pupil or a student in a formal natin. Okay. So learner's aptitude is about ito na yung general, scholastic, academic, sports, arts. Yan na po yung mga tracks na binibigay po dito sa ating senior high school. So yan yung po yung mga track nila. Depende po yan sa capability ng bata. So learners in special circumstances, ito naman po yung mga difficulty assessing regular schooling. So kasama na po dyan yung mga disadvantage of geographically and economically. Minsan po 'di ba yung mga bata natin ginagawang mga ng mga nanay nila ng pagsasama mga pagtatrabaho. So bigyan na lang po natin sila ng mga flaws. Then we have learners with special needs. So yan po pag sinabi natin learners with special needs, it's about special education services. And we have learning standards. So yan na po pag sinabing learning standards, about the content standards, performance standards, and learning competencies indicated in our curriculum. Okay, so this time we have the stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders. Pag sinabi po nating stakeholders, internal is about, it includes the learners, teachers, school administrators, policymakers, program and learning resource developers. Pag external, syempre kasama yan dyan ang parents, community leaders natin, yung LGU, barangay, so ilang mga POs, yan po ang tinatawag nating external stakeholders. So, syempre, ang bata na-assess natin through their portfolio. So, ano ba yung tatawag nating portfolio is to evaluate the performance of the learner. It is a clear evidence that the student credit the learning outcome. So, lahat po ng kanilang mga activities, mga ginagawa nila, mga test, dapat po formative or even summative, dapat nakalagay sa kanilang portfolio kasi it is clear evidence po yan ng kanilang learning outcomes ng learner's achievement. So, but nung lumabas po itong pandemic, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic, lumabas po yung DepEd Order 31 Series of 2020. It is about the interim guidelines for assessment and grading in light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So may mga ilang pagbabago po dito sa DO 31 compared po doon sa DO 55. So dito sa interim guidelines for assessment and grading in light of Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, so meron po itong mga ilang pagbabago. So it is about, ano na lang po natin, yan, the classroom assessment. So paano tayo nagkakaroon ng itong mag-assess ng ating classroom learning. So it is an ongoing process of identifying, gathering, organizing, interpreting quantitative and qualitative information about what learners know and can do. So paano po ginagawa itong formative assessment natin sa ating mga estudyante, lalo na po kung tayo ay nasa modular, yung ating learning modality. So it is a process that involves teachers using evidences about what learners know and can do to inform and improve their teaching. Ano bang ginagawa natin? Pinapadalan sila natin ng mga mga feedbacking, 'di ba? Nagpapadala tayo ng mga evaluation test, sinusulat nila yung kanilang mga natutunan, reflection. So it's part of formative assessment during this time of pandemic. So we have summative assessment. Kailan ba tayo nagkakaroon in one period ng summative assessment? So meron tayong every period, meron tayong apat, di ba? For assessment. So summative assessment is an assessment that is usually administered toward at the end of the learning period to measure the extent to which the learners have mastered the essential learning competencies. So kung meron tayong 8 weeks sa isang quarter, so meron tayong 4 assessment kasi every 2 weeks nagkakaroon tayo ng assessment. So yun ay recorded and graded. Okay. So, what is the responsibilities, roles, and responsibilities of teachers? So, designing the assessment to allow for flexibility and multiple modalities, communicating to learners and parents, guardians, the design and standards for grading the assessment. So, dapat ang trabaho po nating mga teacher na mag-design tayo ng ating evaluation test doon po sa flexible na ginagamit nating modalities. Halimbawa po, modular and RPI. So, radio-based instruction, yun ang ating learning modality. So, yun po ay meron tayong leeway na mag-design ng ating own assessment. Okay, so setting up mechanism to monitor and record progress remotely, giving timely, constructive, and relative feedback, facilitating remediation for learners who need further guidance. So, paano naman itong facilitating remediation? So, pwede naman po tayong magkaroon ng home visit, pero ipatupad lang po natin ang tinatawag nating health protocol. Diba? Pwede namang through online, pwede naman pong through call, pwede namang texting, chatting. So marami pong mode of way na paano natin magkaroon ng ating ma-facilitate ang natawag nating remediation. Learners are expected to be proactive in updating their teacher for their situation, progress, and challenges encountered. So, a non-mandatory self-monitoring tool may be accomplished independently or with assistance of their parent guardian if necessary. So actually, it's not required naman to accomplish the self-monitoring tool, but its usage is highly recommended to keep track of learners' academic progress. Dito po kasi makikita natin yung progress ng ating mga bata na kung sila ba'y natuto, kung dahil nga walang face-to-face, so sa pamamagitan ng self-monitoring tool ay makikita natin kung ang bata ba natin ay nagiging kailangan ng remediation or kailangan ng reinforcement or proceed na, 'di ba, sa next lesson. So we have the planning, planning the assessment. So teachers need to be creative and flexible in assessing student learning. So while still adhering to the principles of quality assessment practice, with safety, health, and well-being foremost in mind, assessment decision must be made in the best interest of all learners. So pag nagpa-plan po tayo, dapat creative and flexible sa paano ma-assess natin ang student learning ng ating mga estudyante. So teachers should ensure that all assessment activities align with the most essential learning competencies. Siyempre, totoo yun. So our assessment, our evaluation test must be aligned with the most essential learning competencies, are reliable, valid, and transparent, and fair, inclusive, and equitable. So, dapat po, alang-alang na po magbibigay tayo ng exam, ng assessment natin na nawala doon, na yung pala ay nagawa pa yun sa ating learning competency dati sa CG. So, dapat nakabase po tayo sa ating binigay sa atin ng ating department, yung most essential learning competencies. Dapat doon po din nakabase at para naman reliable and valid. Okay. Give learners a range of ways to demonstrate the learning, provide timely and accurate information as basis for feedback. So, dapat during planning the assessment, binibigay po natin yung accurate informations as basis for feedback. So, summative assessment, ito na po yung mga summative assessment, yung mga written works, so performance task, nagbibigay ba kayo ng performance task? So, Pwede naman pagbigay ng performance task, yung paggawa ng tula, pag-drawing. So considered na po yan sa as performance task ng bata na pwede nating i-assess. Mga research, ganon. So the performance task must be designed to provide opportunities for learners apply what they are learning to real life situation. So dapat kung ano po yung need natin, anong meron sa ating community, yun lang pong ibibigay natin sa ating mga bata. Alang-alang po maghanap tayo ng mga magbibigat pa ng mga performance tasks na hindi naman available sa community. So teachers, sabi nga po, teachers must exercise their professional judgment in carrying out summative assessment, providing enough opportunities for learners to practice and to redo their work whenever necessary so that they can reach their learning targets with the least amount of pressure. Huwag po nating i-pressure din yung ating yung mga estudyante sa ating mga ipinapagawa. So, how to conduct assessment remotely. So, kailangan po ng ating commuting the assessment task. So, marami tayong different mode, different way na paano po natin ma-communicate, communicating the assessment task. So, the teachers also objectives, may explain ang objectives of the assessment task, so learners and parents, procedures and expected timelines, standards, and rubrics. Importante po talaga yung tinatawag nating rubrics para masalo na maintindihan ng bata, ng parents of course, kung paano makuha yung tinatawag nating grado ng bata or score sa isang performance task. Then after that, so record the progress. And then pag na-record bigyan na ng feedback and remediation. Kung mababa, so bigyan ng remediation. Kung hindi, so meron na kayong mga tinatawag nating reinforcement or enrichment. Okay. Pag sinabi nating reinforcement, so that is remediation. Pag sinabi nating enrichment, so proceed tayo for the next lesson. Yon. So, grading and promotion. So, paano tayo magbibigay ng grade? So, ito yung this time sa ating pandemic natin. The grading system implemented in this policy provides reasonable leniency to learners who are put together disadvantaged by the pandemic, but at the same time does not compromise the integrity and principles of assessment and grading. Alam ko lahat tayo naghihirap sa sinasabi nating grading scheme na ating mga bata. So, ayan na po. We have the mga basis lang. Dalawa lang ang basis natin. Written works and performance task. So, wala na po tayong tinatawag na periodical exam, recitation, kundi written works and performance task lang po ang dalawang basis pa natin for grading ng ating during pandemic. So, the student's learning portfolio, ito yung tatawag natin the student's learning portfolio. Ito yung documents na evidence-based of learning within the grading period, including, tandaan po natin, ano nakalagay ngayon sa portfolio nating mga bata, self-reflection, self-evaluations of performance tasks. Yan lang po. At paano naman mag-grade din itong performance task guided by rubrics. So, and then we have minimum of 4 written works and 4 performance tasks within the quarter. So, probably, sabi ko nga kanina, 1 and 2 weeks, kailangan 2 or more competencies ay isa lang pong written exam or isang performance task. So, sa isang grading po, isa-isang quarter, ilan nga pong written works? 4. Ilang performance task? 4. So, all competencies should be covered by the performance task. A performance task can be used to assess science, math, English all together for certain topics. Okay. So, ito po ang gagamitin natin for this during pandemic for this school year 2020-2021. So, makikita nyo din po, yan yung mga percentage, iba-iba pang percentage ng bawat grade, ng bawat subject, what I mean, ng bawat subject. So, about every learning area. So, pag sinabi po ng AP, language, ESP, ang written works niyan, 40, performance task, 60%. Pag science and math, so, even lang yon 50-50. Math, EPPTLE, 30 and 70%. That is for grade 1 to grade 10. Yan, tandaan po natin ha, yung percentage po yan malimit. Minsan lumalabas din po yan sa response exam. Okay. So nakita niya na po yan. Yan din po yung kanina, grade 1 to grade 10. So, how about the senior high school? So, all subjects, written works niya, 40%, performance tasks, 60 sa academic track. So, yung work immersion, 50-50. Research, business enterprise simulation, exhibit performance. Sa technical and vocational, TVL, sports, arts, design. So, ang work immersion niya po, research exhibit ay 30% and 70%. Yan po ay para sa senior high school grade 11 to 12. So, paano po yung monitoring and evaluation? So, anong trabaho po? Future principal. The school head shall be primarily responsible for supervising the implementation of this policy in their school, ensuring that the provisions are communicated to all concerned stakeholders in the school community. So, si principal or si TIC or si head teacher, siya ay ang responsible to supervise the implementation of the policy ng DO 31 natin about the grading system. So, dapat po na-inform na po ang mga parents about the grading system para hindi po tayo magkakaproblema at the end of the school year. Okay. At the school level, the implementation of this policy shall be monitored and evaluated at least once every quarter by the school head. Na-monitor na ba kayo? Nakapag-monitor na po ba kayo, mga school heads? Dapat ay monitor na po natin ang mga grading sheet, cards, home visitation, yung mga assessment tool ng ating mga kasamahang guro. So, yan po ay trabaho ng ating school head. Shall prepare also quarterly report that includes the challenges and issues encountered throughout the policy implementation. Okay. So, that's for learning assessment. So, we have the learning environment. What is learning environment? Pag sinabi po natin learning environment, refers to the diverse physical location, context, and cultures in which students learn. So, there is an infinite number of possible learning environments. So, pag sinabi po natin learning environment, yan po ay, kumbaga po ba ay basis po yan, ang learning environment sa pagkakaroon ng magandang learning performance ng ating mga estudyante. Pag hindi conducive ang ating learning environment, so what happened to our learners? Hindi po ba? Okay. So, we have the types of learning environment. So, we have the learner-centered environment. So, pag sinabi natin learner-centered or natawag nating pupil-centered environment, so it is about our students, our pupils, bring culture, beliefs, attitudes, and skills and knowledge to the learning environment. So let us also respect the beliefs of our learners, lalo na sa mga Muslims, sa ibang mga religion. So dapat irespeto din natin ang kanilang beliefs and culture. So, a learner-centered teacher builds on the conceptual and cultural knowledge of its student. So, dapat alam din po ni teacher yung cultural knowledge ng bawat estudyante. Kasi the classroom is also often involved in discussion where the students do much of the talking and construct their own meaning based on the prior knowledge and experiences. So, inaalam dapat natin din yung mga culture ng ating mga estudyante kasi the teacher acts as bridge between new learning what students already know. And second is the knowledge center environment. So knowledge center environment focus on helping students learn information with deep understanding so students can use it in a new situation and context. So for example, for that is si teacher, where a teacher directly teaches a concept such as how to find the area of the perimeter. So the teacher should take should then take this concept and one step further. So, connecting this knowledge to the real life scenario. So, yung paano mo pag magkukuha ka ng perimeter, finding the area and perimeter. So, how to apply it in a real scenario. So, maybe kumbaga, just to i-measure mo yung mga tile floors ng school para makuha yung area and perimeter. Then, or kaya ngayon, this time during pandemic, sabihin, kunin yung area and perimeter ng kanilang tahanan. So that is knowledge center environment. So teachers who believe in knowledge-centered classrooms believe rote memorization does not lead through understanding and only help students learn at the surface. Deep learning involves learning through problem solving. So sa pamagitan ng integration of the real life situation, so mas naiinganyo at makikinig at interested yung ating mga bata. Okay, so we have the assessment-centered environment. So it is about that to be effective, learning environments must be assessment-centered, which stress the importance of feedback to learning. Students need opportunities to get feedback so they can revise their work. So assessments must match learning goals. So ito na po yung tatawag natin formative or classroom assessments. So ito po yung ginagamit natin, this assessment-centered environment to improve the teaching and learning. It is a constant source of feedback throughout the context of the teaching learning process. Another example is ito yung teacher comments on work and quick checks for understanding in the classroom. So, di ba, malimit tayong mga teachers, nakakaroon agad tayo ng mga quick checks, di ba, ng mga incidental na comments. So dapat it is a positive learning environment. It causes the positive learning environment sa loob ng classroom. So summative or end of unit of course assessment measures what students have learned by the end of the period of learning activities. So it is examples for that is includes statewide assessment tests and teacher-made end of the unit exams. Okay, yan po yung assessment-centered environment. So ito na po yung ano yung tatawag po natin, ano po yung importance ng dapat ng classroom environment, kailangan pa ba natin ito bigyan ng pansin? Kailangan pa ba natin itong alamin? Kung importante ba sa bata, sa teacher, yung classroom environment? Of course, kasi a positive classroom environment helps improve attention, reduce anxiety, and supports emotional and behavioral regulation of the students. When educators foster a positive learning culture, learners are more likely to acquire higher motivation that leads to wonderful learning outcomes. Diba ang sarap pag maganda ang classroom mo, walang nag-aaway, ang teacher ay laging nagtuturo, hindi lagi niya binibigyan ng pansin yung mga needs, 'di ba, ng mga bata, dinidevelop niya yung mga skills and talents ng mga bata. So why not na ang mga estudyante din ay mas gusto nilang to acquire higher motivation. So, pag ang bata ay higher na motivate mo ng maganda, so at least that leads for learning outcomes. Maganda ang learning outcomes niyan. Pag ang estudyante mo ay laging cutting classes, hindi pumapasok, so alamin mo din baka as teacher ikaw ang problema niya. Hindi siya ang problema, baka ikaw ang problema ng bata. So, dapat i-assess mo din. I-assess mo rin ang iyong sarili. So, we have the different characteristics of a highly effective learning environment. First is the student asks the question. So, good question, di ba? Pag halimbawa nagtanong yung bata, so, sagutin ng tama, hindi pa balagbag. So, kung may mga bakit, sagutin lahat ng bakit, di ba? And questions are valued over answers. So, lagi nating isipin, bigyan natin ng pansin lagi yung mga tanong ng ating mga estudyante. Ideas come from more of sources. Hindi lang nanggagaling hindi lang nanggagaling sa isang source lang, dapat lahat ng ideas, considered mo din yung ideas ng iyong estudyante, ng parents, baka naman pwede itong makatulong. So, a various instructional design method is used. So, baka naman paper and pencil ka lang. So, ngayon, nasaan na tayo? Technology, di ba? So, dapat yung ating instructional design ay patok sa ating mga estudyante. Every day, sana merong magic, di ba? Sila na makikita. Meron silang makukuha na bago para hindi sila boring. So we have classroom learning empties into authentic community. So hindi dapat 0% ang learning, 'di ba? Dapat full of learning. Learning is personalized by a variety of criteria. Hindi lang iisa, dapat different criteria, personalized ang may produce natin sa ating mga bata. Assessment is persistent, authentic, transparent, and never punitive or punitive. So dapat ang ating assessment ay makatao, diba? Transparent, authentic, dapat valid. Yan. Criteria for success is transparent. So wala tayo dapat tinatago, napapapaboran sa iisang bata. Dapat it's for all. Learning habits are constantly modeled and there are constant opportunities for practice. So let's give them a way na ma-develop ang kanilang talents and skills. Then there are conditions of self-sustaining and self-directed learning in the classroom. So, ito po yung mga conditions for self-sustaining and self-directed learning in the classroom. First is, dapat mayaman, challenging, meaningful problems, issues that require core content. So, ibig sabihin rich. Pag sinabing rich, marami tayong nai-integrate, nai-impart, di ba, sa ating self-directed learning in the classroom. Pag tayo nagkaroon ng self-sustaining and self-directed learning sa ating classroom, who will benefit? Siyempre, ikaw at ang mga bata. No single obvious or superficial solution path yet the task is attainable. Dapat yung lahat ng pinapagawa, lahat ng bagay, mga problems, mga assessment, dapat it is attainable. Clear performance goals and criteria for judging progress in knowing when the work is done to standard. And then, access to appropriate and varied resources. So, dapat nagbibigay tayo ng appropriate and varied resources. Bawa kung ano lang yung available, tapos hindi naman kaya ng bata, so dapat appropriate din, na-access nila yung mga appropriate and varied resources. Nagbigay ka ng assignment, di ba? Nagbigay ka ng assignment, hindi naman nila makita, hindi naman nila ma-access. So dapat ma-access nila, tapos appropriate in different resources. Marami silang mapagkukunan, hindi lang sa iisa, hindi lang one source. Okay. Familiar routines, protocols that help students to organize the process. With varying degrees of transfer expected via scaffolding. Ano bang scaffolding? It is a foundation, explicitness provided by the teacher depending upon level of student skills and autonomy. So, sufficient choice personification to enable students place strengths and their interests. So dapat binibigyan din natin ng self-directed learning ang mga bata ng based on their play for their strengths and interests. Kagaya sa contest, ayang-alang na ipapasalihin natin yung mga bata, 'di ba? Kung hindi naman nila yung interest, so walang mangyayari. Then self-assessment and self-adjustment guides via models and rubrics. So yung ating self-assessment, dapat naka-base siya sa ating models and rubrics. There are different types of models, there are different types of rubrics, di ba, for learning assessment. So, ito na yung benchmarks, checkpoints, and other formal and informal formative assessments to ensure students are on course on time. And then, explicit norms of mutual respect and personal responsibility preferably built with students' input and sign-off. And of course, teacher respects for reasonable, non-destructive student or downtime. So, that are the conditions for self-sustaining and self-directed learning inside the classroom. So, kanina napapayawan natin yung classroom management. So, dapat importante kasi to build the positive learning environment is the classroom management. So, who will be the manager? Of course, the teachers, the classroom management sa pangunguna ni teacher kasi siya ang classroom manager. How about the school management? Sino ang manager? Of course, the school head. School head is the manager. Siya yung naka-assign for the positive school management. So sa classroom management, we have the teacher, the classroom manager. Unang-una, safe and orderly environment. So dapat the manager or the teacher ensures that the safe and orderly environment. So, at safe, pag sinabi natin safe, dapat ang mga bata ay walang mga matutulis na bagay sa ating paligid, sa ating loob ng classroom, and orderly, dapat nakaayos ng maganda para magkaroon ng conducive environment. Kasi pag magulo ang ating kapaligiran, magulo rin ang pag-iisip ng mga bata. Routine and procedures are evident. So dapat morning pa lang, alam na kanilang routine and procedures na gagawin, saan itatapon yung basura, meron bang nabubulok di nabubulok sa dilata, and dapat yung routine and procedures dapat tuloy-tuloy, dapat everyday, daily routine yan, daily routine and procedures. Dapat napapa-implement ni classroom manager sa kanyang mga estudyante. Evidence that students understand behavior expectation. So, dapat naiintindihan din natin yung possible, yung mga behavior ng ating mga estudyante. Hindi yung bunganga lang tayo ng bunganga, pagalit ng pagalit, yung pala may mga dinadala din yung ating mga estudyante sa kanilang puso't isipan. And evidence that students share responsibility for effective operations. So dapat delegated din ang responsibility sa mga bata. Lalo na sa principal dapat delegated din ang pagbigay sa atin ng mga task sa ating mga teachers. So, ganun din tayo mga teacher, dapat delegated din sa pagbibigay natin sa ating mga estudyante yung mga responsibility. Hindi anak siya ni ganito, anak siya ni mayor, anak siya ni congressman, ni kapitan. So dapat share responsibility. Positive behavior is reinforced. Dapat always positive vibes. Sa umaga pa lang, agad positive vibes na dapat ang ibibigay natin sa kanila. Kasi maghapon yan, pag after flag or flag ceremony or pagpasok sa loob ng classroom, nagsisigaw ka na, nagagalit ka na. So, buong hapon yan. Hihindayin niya ng mga bata. Yung galit na binigay mo, hindi na sila magpa-participate, hindi na yan sila, para na yan silang mga tuod o yung mga robot sa buong maghapon. So, dapat laging meron kang binibigay na positive behavior sa mga bata. And then, negative behavior is addressed through redirecting. Pag naibigay mo na yung, parang nagulat ka din, so bumawi ka na doon mawala sa kanila yung iniisip nila. And teachers circulates throughout the class. So, buong maghapon dapat, kumbaga nakikita si teacher, di ba? Lagi siyang nabibigyan niya ng atensyon yung pangangailangan ng mga bata. Ganon din si school head. Dapat si school head, naibibigay niya circulates, kumbaga, yung presence ni school head dapat every time and then nasa school para sa pangailangan din ng mga teachers. Teacher manages, monitors many activities simultaneously. So dapat na ma-manage ni teacher, na ma-monitor niya lahat ng activities na kanyang mga estudyante. Ganun din si school head, dapat na ma-manage, na ma-monitor niya all the activities happen inside the school. And then teachers manage calmly. So dapat calm lang, di ba? Wag kang hyper. Wag kang masyadong hyper ang boses, di ba? So teachers displays energy, enthusiasm. So dapat Sa umaga pa lang, pinapakita mo na you are energetic and enthusiasm, di ba? Si principal, pag hindi niya pinakita yung kanyang energy and enthusiasm, sa tingin niyo, lalapit pa ba sa inyo ang mga teachers? Di ba? Hindi. So, yun doon ang papasok yung, ay, nako, hindi approachable today. Sira ang mood. Sira yung moody si principal. So, dapat umaga pa lang, displays energy na and enthusiasm ka na or enthusiast ka. So, time is used effectively in efficiencies. Dapat time-bound ka din dito. Na ma-manage mo yung time, yung oras. Baka naman, nagsimula ka ng first hour ng iyong klase ay 9 o'clock, tapos natapos ka ng 12:30, so hindi na effective yun and efficient as a teacher. Dapat na ma-manage mo yung time. So yun yung part ng pagmamanage ng iyong sa classroom management. So dapat time-bound ka din para effective and efficient. Yun. Kahit sa mga activities sa programs, dapat well-organized. Lagi isasama yung oras. Then, ano naman ito tinatawag nating classroom culture? So, pag sabing culture, diba? Different cultures inside the classroom, different cultures ng ating mga estudyante. So, dapat you have to respect their own culture. Positive and student-teacher relationship are evidence. Dapat i-respeto yung kanilang mga paniniwala, traditions, customs. Then, students needs mutual respect. Kung kailangan mo din respetuhin ang iyong estudyante. Kung gusto mo magparespeto, meron nga kasabihan, di ba? Kung gusto mo magparespeto, respetuhin mo siya para i-respeto ka din. Students are comfortable sharing ideas, questions, concerns, or needs. So, dito, dapat open-minded si teacher para magkaroon ng sharing ideas, questions, yung mga bata accepted kung paano tinatanong nila, dapat ma-address agad yung kanilang problema and questions. So dapat meron kayong napakababa, yung gap nyo napakalaki between the teacher and the students, diba? So para comfortable, meron kayong harmonious relationship with your learners para hindi sila mahiya to share their questions, sharing their ideas, na malay mo makatulong ito sa whole group. Evidence of celebrating student success. Yan, di ba? Dapat nagbibigay din tayo ng mga recognitions to the success of our students. So, napaka-importante kasi yan by saying excellent, very good. Apart na yun ng celebrating student success, masaya na yung mga bata pag nakaka-receive sila ng mga salitang ganyan. So, mas lalo na kung sila ay maka-receive ng mga certificate of recognition, mga awards na ma-recognize lang naman natin yung kanilang mga efforts, di ba? Evidence of developing leadership skills. Hindi lang lagi nating nade-develop yung kanilang kakayahan, kanilang attitude, kanilang mga ginagawa. Dapat develop din natin yung leadership skills ng ating mga bata. Who knows, di ba? One of your students na doon ay magiging mayor, president, governor, who knows, di ba? Na kailangang i-develop din natin yung pagiging leader nila. Marami naman yung simple way na ma-develop ang kanilang leadership skills. Okay, so thank you very much. That's for the 3.4, 3.5, 3.6 strands. So, any questions po, Ma'am Marlene? Hello, Ma'am Marlene.
Yes, thank you so much, Ma'am Therese. Salamat
Yes,
po sa time. And muli po hinihingi namin na kung pwede po ma-send kay Sir Kevin ang inyo po mga presentation para
Ma'am,
maipon niya
na-send
po at
ko na po.
maipadala. Ay,
Opo,
thank
ma'am,
you so
sa
much,
email
Ma'am
niya po.
Therese. Virtual clap po natin kay Ma'am Therese. So, pasensya na po ay hindi po tayo nagkakakitaan ngayon. Nagkakarinigan lamang tayo ng mga boses. Well, anyway, maraming pong salamat, Ma'am Therese. Kahit na struggle ang signal mo ay...
Oo, ma'am, ang hirap dito sa Taytay.
Yun nga po, talagang nagsumikap ka maghanap ng signal para lamang po ma-share ang inyo pong knowledge at matulungan po ang lahat ng mga participants
para po sa darating na principal's test. Muli po maraming salamat po.
Thank you, ma'am, and good luck
Thank
po
you
sa
so much
lahat.
po.
Good luck po.
Opo. So, ang atin pong next speaker, ang magdi-discuss po sa atin ng last 2 strands of the domain 3 is a public schools district supervisor of North Brooks Point. Let's welcome Ma'am Mary Jane D. Viray. Sir Kevin, pakiano na lang po assist si Ma'am Viray to be the co-host of this activity po. Thank you so much. Ma'am Therese, paki-stop sharing na po. Thank you.
Hello, Ma'am Marlene. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Jane. Loud and clear po.
Ay, okay po. Sige po. Try ko papasok.
Kindly share na lang po ng presentation, ma'am. Salamat po. Good afternoon po. Let's wait for Ma'am Mary Jane Biray to present her slide decks po. Medyo may problema po sa signal niya but inaayos na po. Salamat po. Good afternoon po once again. Hindi pa rin po nakaka-connect si Ma'am Jane. Well, ito po kasi talaga isa sa problema natin kapag ka online. Ito po yung atin pong internet connectivity po. Ayan na po si Ma'am Jane. Yes, welcome Ma'am Jane.
Yes po, Ma'am Lynn. Nagpalit lang ako ng ng from smart to globe na.
Okay
Opo.
po. Welcome po ulit. Thank you po.
Sige po. Okay na po, Ma'am Lynn?
Yes, Ma'am Jane, paki-slideshow lang po.
Okay na po.
Ayan na ma'am, okay na ma'am. And loud and clear na rin po ang sounds ninyo. Salamat po.
Yes po, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon to Sir Arnie, ROIC, SDS, to Ma'am Marlene, to our soon-to-be principals of Palawan Division. Good afternoon po muli sa inyong lahat. The topic that was assigned to me the topics were career awareness and opportunities, and the other one is learning, a learner's discipline. So I will first discuss career awareness and opportunities. So for the topics, subtopics, we have here the special interest, inclusion programs, and learner support programs for K to 12. Second is about the alternative learning system and the alternative delivery modes of education. Then the third one is the senior high school curriculum. So for the special interest inclusion programs and learner support programs for K to 12, so ayan po, mayroon po tayong objective na you shall familiarize with the different special interest and inclusion or learner support programs which enable school heads to address learners' needs. So more particularly, you have to identify the different special interest and inclusion or learner programs and its guidelines for implementation. Articulate roles in implementing special programs based on learners' needs, and explain how the learner support programs implemented in their school or in your schools contribute to the holistic development of learners and help them succeed in school. Now, what are the school programs you are implementing in your schools? So maybe some of you are implementing all, but for some, pili lang yung pwede nilang ma-implement sa kanilang school. So we have here inclusion programs, special interest programs, the health and nutrition programs, school sports and wellness programs, and youth formation. So I will discuss to you one by one what are these programs, no? Okay. Be it a special program or learner support na sinasabi natin, no, to help our learners to guide them, no, in their future, no, to become more productive individuals. So it is a must that we should know the programs that we must offer for our learners. Kasi ang pinaka-aim naman ng of
Opo sir, nawala po talaga ang presentation ni Ma'am Jane. Na-disconnect po siya. Let's wait for a while po. Hello Ma'am Jane, okay na po kayo?
ayun na-unmute na. Apo. Nawala yung signal po. Wait lang. Sige, Sige, tutuloy ko po. So doon saan ba tayo naputol kanina? Okay. Ayan, so as what I have said earlier, we have 3 programs implemented in DepEd by now when it comes to inclusion. Ito po yung IPED, then the special education program, and the madrasa. So what is about special education? Ito po yung mga learners na kinikater natin with special needs and disabilities, including those who are gifted and talented. So not only those learners with disabilities, no, but those who are also yung mga talented, yung mga bright ones, no. So ayan po. And what's the basis of this special education? We have here the 1987 Philippine Constitution. So sabi sa Section 1, the state shall promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. No? Article 14 of Education, Science and Technology, Arts, Culture, and Sports. Okay? So under Section 2, the state shall establish, maintain, and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education relevant to the needs of the people and society. So when we say relevant to the needs, our learners with the special attention, yung mga with disabilities, so they need different kind of education na which is suited no para dun sa kanila. Same with those who are belonging to yung mga IPs natin and mga Muslim learners natin. So another basis for that is the Republic Act 7277, the access to quality education. The state shall ensure that disabled persons are provided with adequate access to quality education and ample opportunities to develop their skills. Kaya yung mga learners natin na merong mga disabilities, hindi natin sila dapat tinatago sa bahay. We in the system, we should help those parents no understand that their children need to go to school because there is a special education intended for them. No, may mga inclusion programs tayo na pwedeng makatulong sa kanilang mga anak. Under Section 14, Special Education, the state shall establish, maintain, and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of special education. Okay? For the visually impaired, hearing impaired, mentally retarded persons, and other type of exceptional children in all regions of the country. So this kind of program by now is one among the focus no ng ating educational system. One time I was invited to go to somewhere in Korea, and we benchmark the special education program implementation of their country. And it's so nice to see the people of Korea na yung kanilang mga visually impaired, talagang mayroong special school na well prepared, lahat ng mga materials nila magaganda, na even other countries no doon pumupunta sa kanila para mag-benchmark. So it is not a reason na mayroong disability ang isang learner, ang isang bata ay not capable na po siya. So actually meron na tayong graduates na mga bulag, mga pipi, mga bingi, ganyan. At sila ay nagtuturo na rin na kagaya po natin, mga teachers na din sila. Policies and guidelines of special education in the Philippines. So ito po, under Section 1, the state shall promote the right of every individual to relevant quality education regardless of sex, age, breed, social, economic status, physical and mental condition, social or ethnic origin, political and other affiliation. So dito po nag-fall yung ating IPED, no? Kasi yung meron yung sa mga ethnic origin, ayan, diyan sila, mga madrasa natin. To provide access to basic education among children with special needs, namely gifted, talented, mentally retarded. Ito po pala yung mga mga kinikater nating mga learners with disabilities, no? Visually impaired, hearing impaired, orthopedically handicapped, learning disabled, speech defectives, children with behavioral problems, children with autism, even with health problems. At alam niyo po, kahit yung isang bata na nakahiga na sa bane o kumbaga ano siya, may sakit, hindi na siya makatayo, nasa bed na lang siya, pwede pa din po siyang mag-aral at pwede siyang bigyan ng appropriate, no? Tawag natin doon ay appropriate learning program para sa kanya. Kasi yung mga teachers po natin sa SPED, sa special education, meron po yan silang learning program which is really individualized, ang tawag natin doon. Individualized educational plan na kung ano yung need niya, hindi naman na ibibigay natin lahat-lahat yon. No? Kung ano lang yung kaya niyang gawin at kaya niyang aralin, yun lang siya. Hindi siya kagaya nung nasa formal school na all learning areas tinuturo, no? Kung ano yung regular na nasa curriculum talaga na yung sa ating K-12 basic education curriculum. Hindi naman yun actually lahat-lahat binibigay natin sa mga learners with disabilities, especially yung may mga health problems, ganyan. Kasi hindi sila considered na yung as similar with those regular learners na lang, no? Ayoko ring sabihing normal tapos sila pala ay abnormal. So hindi kasi dapat ganun po yung ating sa kanila tawag. LSENS, no? LSENS. So that's as per DepEd Order number 26 series of 1997, the institutionalization of SPED programs in all schools. So another objective of special education is the development and maximization of learning competencies, as well as the inculcation of values to make learners with special needs a useful and effective member of society. Yan, policies and guidelines of special education in the Philippines. So it's not because they are disabled, they have physical disabilities nga na wala na silang pakinabang sa ating society. That's a wrong understanding, no? Alam po ninyo sa nakita namin na ginagawa nila yung yung magkakamukha sila halos lahat, yung ano ba yan? Mongoloid siya, mongoloid. Halos magkakamukha yan sila. Sa isang lugar na pinuntahan namin doon sa sa Korea, sila ay gumagawa po ng mga perfume. Perfume ang kanilang product, perfume, sabon, at saka yung mga spray, yung mga air freshener, yun. So kunti lang yung tinuturo sa kanila pero paulit-ulit at minamaster nila yon na sila yung nagturo pa sa amin kung paano namin gawin ang isang perfume, paano gawin ang isang sabon, paano gawin yung isang air freshener. May ano po siya, medyo mahirap siyang gawin kasi may mga measurement, may sinusukat, ganyan. Tinatawanan kami ng mga learners na yon na kami nga hindi kami marunong pero sila marunong. No? So may pakinabang sila, may ambag sila sa economy ng kanilang bansa kasi yung products nila dinideliver sa mga tindahan, sa mga malls. Meron talaga silang pinaglalagyan ng kanilang products. So tapos yung mga autistic naman, meron silang ang kagalingan naman ng mga batang ganun, magaling sa arts. So pagdating dun sa mga designs ng mga mugs, ng cups, ng plates, na kagaganda po na yun ay binibenta nila, dinidisplay sa mga tindahan na binibili ng mga ng mga pag alam nilang gawa ng mga special child, so binibili din talaga ng mga tao doon sa kanila. Kaya yun po, ibig sabihin meron po silang chance, no? Yung career nila, yung opportunity to help the country, the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to become a productive person, hindi siya maging problema ng society ay nasusolusyonan sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng tamang edukasyon sa ating mga kabataan. So, the curriculum, we have regular curriculum, no? This curriculum is prescribed for regular children. So, yan na po yung mga in school natin na mga bata na undergoing the classes Monday to Friday from 8 to 4, ganyan. Yung ating K-12 curriculum talaga na diniscuss kanina ni Sir Benji. Then we have the modified curriculum, the curriculum prescribed for regular children with certain adaptations. So take note of the word adaptations, no? With certain adaptations to meet the needs of special children. Then the third one is a special curriculum. Ano naman yung special curriculum? The curriculum for children with special needs, aimed primarily at developing special adaptive skills to maximize their potentials. So that's the classification of our curriculum. For SPED learners with intellectual disability, tawag natin ay ID, with autism spectrum disorder ASD, with visual impairment or VI, with hearing impairment HI, with emotional and behavioral disorder or EBD, with attention deficit hyperactive disorder or ADHD, with communication disorder, with learning disabilities, with physical disability, with multiple disability, and the gifted and talented. Sila po yung ating mga SPED learners, no? Ito po yung mga katawagan na to. Kailangan po ng mga medical certificate muna ng doktor bago natin sila pwedeng bigyan ng tag na sila ay ID, sila ay ASD, sila ay VI, HI, EBD, ADHD. So bawal na bawal po sa ating mga learners na agad-agad tayo mismo sa ating sarili ay meron kang isang learner na medyo malikot, makulit, na yung na parang hawig, may symptoms, no, ng pagiging isang ADHD, ay tatawagin na natin agad siyang ganun. So not unless na meron siyang medical certificate na nagsasabi na siya ay ganun nga, no? So bago natin siya i-label na siya ay ADHD. So never po nating i-label yung bata as to this kind of yung mga names o yung katawagan sa kanila, yung mga special children. So for indigenous people's education naman, so the second one, the policy framework that recognizes that access to basic education is an enabling right. No? Enabling right for IPs to claim their other rights, exercise self-determination, and expand the choices available for them. IPED is responsive to the collective aspirations of communities for self-determination and the recognition, promotion, and protection of their rights. Kasi nga po tayo sa DepEd, di ba, we help our country to preserve the culture, to preserve yung ating mga this kind of people, no, mga indigenous people. So that's why we are having this program, no, we have this inclusion program, IPED. IPED is inclusive, no, inclusive of the community's worldview, history, spirituality, IKSPS, and language. It affirms the primary role of the community's IKSP holders and culture bearers in the teaching, learning process. So we really recognize them, no? Ayan. What's the legal basis of IP education? Sa Philippine Constitution pa rin ng 1987, ang sabi sa Section 2, encourage non-formal, informal, and indigenous learning systems. So that's why we have IP educations. At alam po ninyo, pagdating sa mga grants, no, mga grants from other countries, they love to give share, or they love to give donations to this kind of group of learners, kasi nga they are helping, no, in preserving this kind of people. Republic Act number 8371, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, ang sabi po sa Section 30, when it comes to education, the state shall provide equal access to various cultural opportunities to the ICCs or IPs through the educational system without prejudice to their right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions by providing education in their own language. Kaya po tayo nagko-contextualize at nagta-translate ng ating mga books, ng ating mga modules, dahil sinasabi po dito sa Republic Act 8371, it's a right, no, of these people na to provide education in their own language in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning. So, ayan po, baka lumabas yan sa inyong exam, balikan nyo na lang. So, DepEd Order number 62, series of 2011, recognizing education as a necessary means to realize other human rights and fundamental freedom. The DepEd urges the strengthening of its policy on IP education and develop and implement an IP education program. So that's why we have intensified the implementation of IP education in our division, na napakaswerte ng ating mga IP schools kasi they are all recipients of RBI, sa yung radio-based instruction. Recognize, protect, and promote the rights and welfare of ICCs or IPs, as well as equip them with the knowledge and skills needed to face various social realities and challenges. Okay? So, yan po yung ating mga legal basis for IP education. So, of course, we equip them with knowledge and skills, di ba? Lahat naman ng learners natin ganyan. Kaya lang kasi medyo unique yung ating IPED kasi because of the language used in instruction, the respect for their culture, yun yung very unique doon sa kanila, no? Sa kanilang place. At sa mga bata na din. the objective of IPED is to make the curriculum culturally responsive. So, responsive, okay? To build the capacity of teachers, school heads, and other concerned personnel at different levels of governance in implementing culture-based education for IPs. Remember, culture-based education, no? When you see IP, people or IP community, and there's a school established in that particular community, so the first consideration of a school head, no, of the teacher, is that to make education culture-based. Okay? So, culture-based dapat siya. Another objective is to support the development of culturally appropriate learning resources and learning environment. So, dito naman po pumapasok yung contextualization, no? Because we want our learners to give them we want to give them appropriate learning resources. Yung tipong na mai-enjoy nila kasi nasa community lang nila, no? Mas matipid pa nga to kung tutuusin natin sa ating mga teachers. Mas matipid, no? Kasi you need not to bring mga kung ano-ano pang yung galing sa urban places. So what is in the local, what is in their community, ayan, you can have learning resources, stories, no? Stories na diyan lang nangyayari sa kanilang community. Kasi when we say learning resources, malawak din po ito Meron tayong mga instructional materials, yung mga tangible and intangible, no? Mga books, iba-ibang klase. So dapat po naka-contextualize at appropriate, no, para sa kanila. And the learning environment as well, no? To strengthen the policy environment supportive of IPED and to address the learning needs of indigenous learners who lack access to basic education services. Yes, before there were learners na they cannot go to school because of the distance of their houses. No, kasi ngayon nakikita natin yung ating mga IPs, nandun na sila sa pusod ng bundok nakatira. Napakalayo nila sa school. So that's why our DepEd, no, we bring schools to the place where there are learners kasi we want them to access, no, education. So yan. Mabuti pa nga raw yung teacher kahit sa pusod ng bundok, may school, nandoon yung teacher, kaysa sa sundalo na pumupunta lang sa gitna ng kabundukan kung merong kalaban. So, yun ang isang dahilan dahil nandoon yung learners natin and most of them are IPs, no? Para magkaroon lang sila ng access to basic education. We bring schools to where our learners are. Hinahanap natin sila. Okay. So, another one is madrasa, standard and viable curriculum for public schools and for the private madaris in Muslim communities. Before there are already existing madaris, no, mga private siya. But lately we adopted madrasa education in DepEd and we call it yung alive. Meron na po tayong ganyan sa ating system sa DepEd natin. We offer program such as that kasi not only yung mga mga learners nandun sa pusod ng gubat, ang mga IPs natin na nakatira doon, no? Hindi naman din actually lahat nasa bundok. Yung iba ay nasa tabing dagat, no? Yan po yung mga area kung saan natin sila nakikita, no? Madrasa education. So ngayon po in place na yung curriculum. Sa ating division, si Sir Ipe yung ating focal person when it comes to madrasa education. kung may module yung nasa regular, sila po may module din na sa kanila na contextualized din po para sa kanilang language, no? So, yan ang kagandahan kasi lahat kinikater natin. Kinikater natin yung ating learners. Kaya nga we include them all. Kaya inclusive education, inclusions, no? Nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon lahat kasama, lahat kasali. Lahat may karapatang mag-aral, lahat may karapatang matuto. So the rationale, the Muslims shall have the intellectual and educational capacity to participate actively in the social, economic, and political endeavors of the country. The Muslims shall ensure sustained and permanent peace through access to Islamic-friendly educational curriculum and quality basic education comparable with the rest of the Filipino children. So that's why we offer madrasa education. We want to ensure and to sustain permanent peace through access to Islamic-friendly educational curriculum. Naniniwala tayo na by means of educating people, children, such as our Muslim brothers and sisters, we can achieve permanent peace. No? Yan. The legal basis for this madrasa education, we have the executive order number 283. Okay? We have the Creating and Madrasa Development Coordinating Committee established last February 18, 2004. DepEd Order number 51, series of 2004. And ito po yung curriculum nila na buo din noong August 28, 2004. Standard curriculum for elementary schools and private madaris. Executive Order number 368, abolishing the Madrasa Development Coordinating Committee and transferring its functions to the Department of Education. Kaya sabi ko nga meron na tayo sa DepEd. So dati private lang ang merong madaris, no? October 5 po yan, 2004. Another basis is DepEd Order number 40, series of 2011. And just this May 19, 2011, na-refine po yung madrasa curriculum for elementary. For elementary. So sa Palawan po, as much sa pagkakaalam ko, we have one secondary school implementing ito po yung Alive. Meron sa Inil Taha. Meron kasi silang sponsor na nagbigay ng building, ng mga materials para sa pag-aaral ng mga bata. So I just hope magkaroon na rin ng standard secondary madrasa curriculum. Kasi wala pa po ako, sa pagkakaalam ko lang, wala pa tayong sa secondary madrasa curriculum. No? Yung elementary pa lang yung nare-refine natin. Ako kasi nung nakaraan, kasama ako dun sa team na nag-validate at nag-finalize nung madrasa curriculum dun sa NEAP, dun sa, nakalimutan ko yung place, somewhere in Manila. No? Walang secondary, only elementary. Ayan, Alive. Tawag po natin ito sa mga classes na inorganize ng mga ustads at ustadza, Alive class. No? What is Alive? Ano yung Alive meaning? Hindi po yan alive. May pa-joke pa dyan na yung nakaraan daw dun sa LIS. Lumaki ng husto yung enrollment ng Alive, kaya napunduhan ng pagkarami-raming pera ng central office. So sinabi sa amin, kasi lahat daw ng bata, tinik yung box na Alive. Hindi naintindihan kung ano itong Alive. Siyempre, ang akala ng mga teachers, ang bata, buhay, may check, chinikan yung box. But yung alive na minimin pala doon ay yung alive na yung klase na nag-o-offer nitong kind of education. Saglit lang po, mag-charge lang ako. So yung curriculum content po ng Alive, pareho din, no? Pareho din. Meron din silang maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, makabansa. Yan. Yung mga values na to, tinuturo po sa kanila. By the way, the meaning of Alive is Arabic for A, language for L, Islamic for I, values for V, and education for E. So yun po yung meaning ng Alive. Arabic, language, and Islamic, values, education. No? Yun po. Yan. We are teaching our learners the language of yung Arabic, no? Yung kung paano sila magsulat sa Arabic, and the values of makatao, makadiyos, makakalikasan, makabansa. Kasi nga gusto natin 'di ba ng permanent peace. Yun po yung ultimate goal bakit natin ini-implement yung madrasa education. Okay? Yan. Yung kanilang values contextualized in Islamic perspective. So program goals, Filipino Muslim learners are able to learn Arabic language and Islamic values aligned with the core values of DepEd, makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Filipino Muslim learners are able to attain learning competencies under the K-12 curriculum. Out-of-school Filipino Muslim children, youth, adults, and women are able to learn life skills and work values and pursue their education despite their prevailing personal circumstances. Yan po yung mga goal. No? DepEd and private madrasa providers are able to sustain partnership in providing quality basic education for Filipino Muslims nationwide. So, let's move on to special interest programs. So, ano naman itong mga special interest programs na kino-consider natin na isang mahalagang aspeto para po doon sa career and opportunities of our learners. So, we have special programs for the arts. Yan. Tawag natin dyan SPA. We have special program in journalism. No? Marami tayong mga special program. Meron tayong special program in foreign language. Merong special program in sports. See? Very rich yung ating curriculum. Ang daming opportunities, ang daming pwedeng gawin ng bata para yung potentials niya ay ma-develop, no? Special Science Elementary School, or we call SSES, no? Special Science for Elementary Schools, Special Science Program. A research and development project designed to develop Filipino children with scientific and technological knowledge, skills, and attitudes, creative, have positive values, lifelong learning skills to become productive partners in the development of the community and society. No? Of course, lahat naman, di ba? We want every learner to become productive partners. But in a special science program, mayroong qualifications tayong hinahanap such as scientific and technological knowledge, no? Dapat medyo ano siya, basta't nasa science class, yung ano, academically inclined and maganda po yung scholastic record niya, no? Okay? That's for special science program. What's the legal basis? The Philippine Constitution pa rin, under Section 10, ang science and technology are essential for national development and progress. No? It shall support indigenous, appropriate, and self-reliant scientific and technological capabilities and their application to the country's productive systems and national life. Okay? Science and technology. Kasi aminin natin at hindi, talagang tayo ay going to, ano na talaga, tawag dyan, 4.0, ano na tayo, Revolution 4.0. Paano na tayo talaga? We are living yung mga noon pa. Papunta na tayo sa computer age. Mas higher level pa doon, no? Sa technology. Kaya kailangan natin ng mga estudyanteng mahuhusay sa science and technology. The state shall give priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture, and sports to foster patriotism and nationalism, accelerate social progress, and promote total human liberation and development. So kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng special program for the arts, no? Special program for culture, for sports. Kasi sabi ay nagpo-foster siya ng patriotism and nationalism. O nga naman baka mawala na yung mga mahuhusay nating mga artist, no? Makalimutan na sila, mapalitan na ng mga bagong sibol na mga artist na millennials, no? So that's why we are teaching our learners to become masters of arts, no? Masters of sports. Okay. Under DepEd Order number 57, series of 2011, providing opportunities for the development of scientific attitudes, technological skills, and higher order thinking skills among learners of basic education in an environment supportive of their nurturance is the primary responsibility of the DepEd. Tayo talaga yon yung magbibigay sa kanila. Providing opportunities for the development of scientific attitudes, technological skills, and higher order thinking skills. So the objective, provide a learning environment to the gifted and talented through special mathematics and science curricula which recognize multiple intelligences. Provide the gifted and talented learners with avenues, opportunities, and exposures for developing necessary skills and aptitudes. Capacitate school heads and teachers in implementing and managing SSES, special science schools. Develop SSES program models for both the regular schools and the SPED centers. What about the curriculum? Ano yung curriculum ng mga nasa special science? Utilizes the enriched learning competencies in science and mathematics that will provide for the development of lifelong learning skills and foster the holistic development of the child. So alam po ninyo, yung curriculum nila enhanced, no? Enhanced ang kanilang curriculum, enriched and enhanced. Mas mahirap ng konti yung kanilang curriculum kesa dun sa ino-offer sa mga regular learners natin. Yon. Yung mga may anak dyan na nasa special science class, alam nila yon, no? Kasi sila, meron na silang ginagawang mga research. So, yun yung mga add-ons sa curriculum. Kasi considered silang mga gifted, considered silang mga mahuhusay. So, ina-adjust din sa kanilang needs, no? Yung curriculum na appropriate para sa kanila. Kasi magiging boring yung curriculum na binibigay sa regular dun sa mga, kung yun pa rin yung nasa mga mahuhusay na mga kabataan natin. Organization of classes, dun po sa sa SSES provides longer instruction time in science, mas malaki yung oras, no, mas mahaba. Grades 1 to 3, 70 minutes. Grades 4 to 6, 80 minutes. So, nakita natin yung pagkakaiba, no? Mas mahaba yung oras ng pagtuturo sa science ng grade 1 to 3, grade 4 to 6 kesa dun sa regular. Okay? Provides an enriched or in-depth content of science and health curriculum. Provides an enriched or in-depth development of the contents of mathematics curriculum. Nag-aalgebra na po sila, no? Nagkakalculus. Conducts investigatory project starting grade 3. So imagine that, meron na silang investigatory project in grade 3 in science and math. Provides opportunities for the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and attitudes for effective and responsible participation in a technology-driven society. So, designs special programs, extra and co-curricular activities to enhance talents and expertise of pupils, including those in other learning areas. So nakikita natin medyo mabigat yung yung pinag-aaralan ng mga nasa special science class. What about special program in sports? Develop a pool of athletes to be trained for national and international competitions. We have the paradigm shift. SPS graduates will be job ready in the field of sports and related areas. Malay natin, baka may papalit na kay Manny Pacquiao, di ba? Maka-develop tayo ng mahuhusay na boxers, no? Na nagagamit natin sa national and international competitions. At maswerte sila kasi, itong SPS, yung special program in sports, job ready. No? Pag sila graduate, meron na agad silang pupuntahan. Field of sports pa din. So the objective of a special program for sports, no, to address the needs of secondary students with potential or talents in sports. Okay? Meron kasing mga bata tayo na they are not so good in academic but very good naman sila sa sports. So, hindi natin na pwedeng ipilit yung academic sa kanila because we are sure when they graduate na sa college, pag pinag-exam mo yan ng civil service, baka puro mafo-frustrate yung ating mga learners. So to give them the avenue, para yung career nila ay hindi masira, no? Instead of frustration, kasi doon tayo nakatingin sa academic side, dito siya mahusay sa sports. So i-address na lang natin yung need niya. Malay mo maging mahusay siyang manlalaro, no, in the future. So magiging asset na, magiging proud siya sa kanyang sarili. Ayan, hindi siya magkaroon ng frustration sa buhay. Kasi alam po ninyo, nakakalungkot din yung ibang mga graduates natin. Ang daming beses na titake ng civil service exam, kahit subproof, medyo nahihirapan sila. So why not switch doon sa ganun yung mga bata natin, no? Hindi naman kasi lahat pwedeng mag-opisina. So dapat nababad na ano natin, yung hindi hindi lahat tayo ay mag-o-office, meron ding pupunta sa other fields na para mababalanse natin. To prepare SPS completers for jobs or higher learning in the field of sports or other related areas. Offers a 4-year curriculum based on the K-12 basic education program with specialization in sports. Athletics and or swimming are requirements for implementing the program, plus minimum of 5 individual and dual sports and 3 team sports. Ito po yung characteristics niya, no? Dapat meron talagang athletics and swimming, no, sa isang, kung yung mag-i-establish yung isang school ng special yung sa sports, no, mag-o-offer siya ng ganon specialization sa sports, at mayroong athletics, mayroong swimming, no, tapos meron siyang minimum of 5 individual and dual sports. Yung bawat bata meron siyang ganon, may dual sports and 3 team sports yung sasalihan niya. How about for the arts? A special program for arts. Students with talents and potentials in arts. The objective, express their ideas and feelings through their chosen art forms. Manifest the sense of nationalism through deepened appreciation of Filipino culture and arts. Ngayon po, ang dami nating contest, no, about mga sa arts, mga drawing, mga nung nakaraan lang nung 15th, merong submission ng entry natin para dun sa ito po sa arts, no. Kung may nakitaan tayo mga learners na ganun, sana ma-nurture mga school heads na maaari kayong mag-scout ng mga bata, lalo na po sa secondary, mga batang may talent sa arts. Demonstrate aesthetic awareness and perception, understand and appreciate other nations' culture, and be equipped with the general skills and attitudes, the habits of heart and mind needed in preparation for life and work in a postmodern society, regardless of their chosen career. We are leading our learners for a more beautiful future, no, when they portray talents in arts, kasi mas mai-enhance natin, matuturuan natin sila, hindi masasayang yung mga skills na yun. At saka nakakatuwa lang po yung mga mahuhusay mag-drawing. Tayo mag-drawing lang ng ulo ng tao na may mata at ilong at hindi na maintindihan, pero sila kayang-kayang gayahin yung mukha ng isang tao, nakatayo lang, ido-drawing nila. So very siya, na ako na-amaze ako sa mga taong ganyan. So sana meron tayong mga schools maparami, and I've heard from Sir Arnie, ito po yung isa sa mga gusto niyang i-pursue sa atin, yung mga special programs for sports, for arts. During his visit sa Southern Palawan, nababanggit po niya itong mga ito. So mga secondary school heads, kung meron po dito sa atin, it's time for you, no, na mag-scout kayo ng mga learners na pwede nating turuan and offer this kind of programs. Special Program in Foreign Language or SPFL. So ano naman to? Students will
Wait lang po natin na disconnect po ulit si Ma'am Jane. Ma'am Jane, pwede na po mag-unmute.
Sige po. Okay. So to strengthen free and responsible journalism, it's in journalism na po. Parang hindi ako makita.
Okay,
So,
share lang po ulit, ma'am.
Po.
I-share nyo lang po ulit yung screen ninyo kasi nawala din po.
Hindi na mag-ano-gano.
Click nyo lang po ulit yung share screen.
Sige po. Medyo na-disconnect lang po yung internet kong isa. Saglit lang po. Lobat ba to? Ano mo? Saglit lang po inano ko lang yung aking Wi-Fi connection na lobat. Sa cellphone kasi ako nilagay mo. Saglit po na-disconnect.
Sure, Ma'am Jane. Dito lang po kami.
Dalawang device po gamit nyo, ma'am?
Yes po, sir. Yung itong ginagamit ko ngayon, cellphone, kasi nagluloko-loko rin yung smart. Yung itong laptop ko nakakonect naman sa Globe. Kaya lang nalobat, hindi pa makabalik sa hindi pa makakonect sa Wi-Fi. Ayun. Saglit po, connecting na din. Wait lang po. Sorry. Sir Kebs, yung hindi po ako maka-share screen.
Try niyo po ulit, ma'am. Host na. Ayan, kita na po. I-slideshow niyo na lang po.
Sir Kebs, yung isa, paki-unmute po nung isa.
Okay, ma'am, i-off nyo lang po yung volume nung laptop or nung cellphone. Pili lang po kayo na mag-on na device. Siguro i-off nyo na lang po yung sa laptop po nyo na audio. Yung sa cellphone na lang pala kasi naka-presenting na rin po yung laptop. Yung speaker icon lang po doon sa laptop.
Okay na po, pinatay ko na yung speaker ng isa.
Ay, ayan po. Okay
Okay.
na. Wala na pong feedback.
So let me continue po. On the so program objectives to strengthen free and responsible journalism in secondary schools, to identify areas of development and various aspects of journalism, formulate concrete plans of action for the pilot implementation of the program, to orient the participants on the program, its scope, target, clientele, implementing guidelines, and its learning standards. So another objective, set of objectives for journalism, to enhance students and teachers' journalistic skills and competencies, to promote a spirit of camaraderie, cooperation, and commitment of our youths, to contribute to the common good, national unity and progress, to ensure commitment and shared responsibility towards attainment of program goals. So ito po yung tech book. Karamihan ito po yung ino-offer sa ating senior high. No, marami sa atin ito, almost yung mga senior high school natin, meron pong ganito. Strengthened Technical Vocational Education Program. Kasi naniniwala naman po yung DepEd na lahat hindi natin kailangang pumasok ng opisina. So yung ating labor force, no, kailangan natin siyang yung supply side kasi napakalaki doon sa labor force. So that's why we strengthen Technical Vocational Education Program. So, what is the rationale of this tech book? So, DepEd's response to education for all under global movement, Millennium Development Goals, sa 10-point agenda of past administration and blueprint for education of present Aquino government. In the global arena, technical and vocational education is now recognized as the master key to sustainable development. Bakit kaya siya sustainable development? Anong kinalaman ng tech book, no? Kasi po kapag ang tao natuto na ng technical and vocational skills, no, pwede na niyang gamitin yung lifelong learning na sinasabi natin. Magagamit niya na yan, ma-employ man siya at hindi, meron siyang trabaho, no? So, that's why we really encourage our senior high schools, no, to offer this tech book. DepEd believes that the best time and place to introduce life skills education is during high school. TESDA is on top of technical and vocational education with emphasis on middle manpower training and development. DepEd is focusing on life skills, to equip high school graduates greater opportunities for employment, either locally or abroad, to improve quality of their lives. Ano pa ang ibang dahilan, no? Majority of students who took the first National Career Assessment Examination have very high potential on tech book and entrepreneurship programs. Redesigned technical vocational education program into a strengthened tech book education program. So, strengthened na po siya. So another set of objectives of tech book is as a poverty alleviation measure. The STVEP aims to provide high school graduates with opportunities to acquire certifiable vocational and technical skill. Kaya nga po meron tayong national certificate, no? Certifiable vocational and technical skills. Merong mga national certificate na NC1, NC2, NC3, yan. Provide high school graduates with employable and entrepreneurial skills. Link basic education to post-secondary or higher education. Seamless education transition in support to ladderized education system. As a dropout mitigation measure, it aims to provide students opportunities to acquire certifiable vocational, certifiable technical, vocational, industrial, and other relevant life skills. Provide relevant education and foundation skills in preparation for higher learning, for the world of work, and for entrepreneurship opportunities. And provide technical skills training, as per request to out-of-school youths who receive education through ALS and Madrasa Education Program. Yung ALS po kasi natin, may mga training na din sila na sini-certify po ng national, no? Ganon din po sa madrasa. Meron tayong madrasa ALS na tinatawag. So ito po yung the way how we certify our learners, no. We have the options or the career paths for TechVox students or graduates. So dito tayo nag-start sa mga skills na tinuturo sa ating mga schools. We call that certifiable skills. What are those? Meron po yung mga carpentry, cookery, mga ganon. Iba't iba, napakarami po niyang nasa listahan na yan. And then, we can certify them based on the assessment, no, as to NC1, NC2. So once they were certified, they can go for employment. Ayan yung arrow niya papunta sa employment. Okay, or they can go for entrepreneurship, no? So lahat 'yan sini-certify po ng TESDA, no? TESDA ang nag-certify. Okay? So yan yung mga options na pwedeng gawin ng ating mga learners. It's either they go for employment or they go for sariling business nila. So what is learner support naman? So learner supports are programs and services of the school that target the holistic development of the learners, which serve as a complement to the curricular offerings of the school. So take note of the word complement to the curricular offerings. No, they are integral input to the quality education offered to every learner. Ano po yung mga yon? So we have the capacity of the school. Okay, kino-consider natin ito, no? Kapag nagbigay tayo ng learner support, kino-consider natin to. Capacity of the school, the learner needs, and community support. Kasi medyo medyo mahirap din. Sabi natin, mahirap mag-implement ng isang program kapag kulang tayo sa mga kapirahan, no? The capacity of the school. What is the context of the school and the community? What programs can it offer effectively and efficiently? Hindi lang siya basta-basta offer lang kasi kailangan may ganun ka, no? Kailangan ang isang school, ang isang secondary school, pag nag-offer siya, elementary school, pag meron siyang ino-offer, kailangan magiging effective, no? And efficient. So learner needs, what are the developmental needs of the learners in the school? Yun po yung mga considerations. Community support, the kind of support the community offer. Who are the stakeholders that can be tapped to support these programs? Kailangan natin talaga ng support. Ito na po yun, school health service delivery, nutrition support, health promoting school environment. For school health service delivery, medical and oral health, so very self-explanatory na rin yan, health promoting school environment, no? Health service delivery, promote, protect, and maintain the medical and oral health status of pupils and school personnel through the provision of various health services in the school. Diyan yung ating school-based deworming, school-based immunization. Nagdoble na siya. Okay. Sabi ni Martin Luther King, wouldn't it be terrible? Am I in my last slide na ba? Okay, so it's actually the last slide na. Yun na pala siya. According to Martin Luther King Jr., wouldn't it be terrible? Wouldn't it be sad if just one single color was the color that we had? If everything was purple or red or blue or green, if yellow, pink, or orange was all that could be seen. Can you just imagine how dull the world would be if just one single color was all we got to see? So what does it mean? No, anong connect nito sa ating lahat sa pinag-aaralan natin on career awareness and opportunities. So hindi natin kailangang pari-pareho tayong nasa white collar job o nasa tayo mag-office. So kailangan marami pong potentials ang ating learners na pwede nating i-develop. So si school head, nasa inyo pong mga kamay kung paano ninyo i-address yung mga needs na yun. Kailangan yung ating mga teachers, alam nila yung mga strengths ng ating mga learners, no, nahuhone ng husto yun, and we put programs that would help develop those potentials na para maging more capable sila, maging productive sila, at makapag-contribute sila sa ating community. Kasi we believe na matalino ka man o nasa average ka man, medyo nandun yung may mga struggling learners tayo, but then there's a thing that we can really develop from them na magiging asset nila in the future. So wag lang tayo sana nakatingin doon sa mga mahuhusay, no? Tapos sasabihin natin na yung mga ibang bata na medyo lang ay walang magandang kinabukasan. So maling-mali po 'yon, no? Let's put balance sa ating mga learners. Let's offer special programs that will enhance their potentials and make them responsible and productive individuals that will be a part of building our nations. Ang opportunities napakarami. Tulungan na lang natin sila na ma-discover nila ang kanilang mga sarili at maakay natin sila sa tamang tawag ito, yung tamang bukas nila, yung future nila, no? Kasi tayo mostly nakakakita dun sa kanilang mga weaknesses and strengths. Alam natin yun kung ano yung the best para sa ating mga learners. So it's the school head to work on that with the help of our teachers. So thank you po. Yan po yung ending ng aking unang topic. End of topic number 1. So alternative learning alternative learning system and alternative delivery modes of education. I will just run through this. So imaginein po ninyo ito. The customers. Alan, 13, working student at a factory from 8 to 5 p.m. Si Becky, 15, high-performing, easily gets bored at class. Independent student and wants to help her mother in the market from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Si Cesar, 9 years old, met at accident and became paralyzed. Si Dinden, 13 years old, is an average grade 7 student enrolled. She fell in love with her classmate. Months later, she found out that she is pregnant. Then Inteng, 23 years old, did not finish his schooling last year in high school due to migration. So iba-ibang klaseng mga estudyante, no? Si Feli, 17, studied in a homeschool program and she plans to go to college to pursue business management. However, the Office of Admissions won't accept her. Si Gary naman, 10 years old, is at risk of dropping out. His parents don't want him to go to school because he needs to help his father in the farmland. Very common sa atin, di ba? Mga pangyayaring ganito. Helen, 40 years old, wants to go back to school. She only finished grade 2. And then Inday, 13 years old, lives in a conflict-affected area. Her family was displaced and forced to vacate their area. She missed almost 5 months of classes. So, what is common among these learners? no? Maraming iba-ibang dahilan, iba-ibang mga kalagayan na ang kinalabasan na ano sila, na stop sila from schooling, no? Kasi iba-iba yung mga pangyayari sa buhay nila. Yung iba matagal na naghinto pero gustong bumalik sa school. Yung iba nahihiya ng bumalik sa school, no? So, paano natin sila matutulungan sa ating tayo mga school heads, mga nasa education sector? Ano yung magiging ambag natin para yung mga learners na ito who are willing to go to school can be helped, no? So that's why we have this ALS. Nagkaroon po tayo ng program. Dati ito po ay separate bureau. Separate siya sa DepEd. Meron siyang, tawag natin dyan ay Bureau of Alternative Learning System. But later it was devolved na. Naging part na po siya ng DepEd. So ano ba yung ALS? We can cater actually those learners na binasa ko kanina in a parallel learning system, no, to provide a viable alternative to the existing formal education instruction. It encompasses both the non-formal and informal sources of knowledge and skills as what is being stated in Republic Act 9155. A non-formal education plus informal education equals ALS. The legal basis, Article 14, Section 2, Paragraph 4 of 1987 Philippine Constitution, concisely encourages non-formal or informal and indigenous learning systems as well as self-learning, independent and out-of-school study programs, particularly those that respond to community needs. The Governance Act for Basic Education, otherwise known as the RA 9155, stipulates the establishment of ALS to provide out-of-school children, the youth and adults population with basic education. So ang pinaka-customer talaga natin sa ALS ay mga OSY, no? Out of school children. Pwede ring adult, actually. Pwedeng adult, may gumraduate na nga nung nakaraan, 70 years old, may mga 60 years old, no? Youth and adults population with basic education. So sa dropouts ng mga schools, merong sasalo, no? Merong sasalo. Pero wag naman po sana na konting dahilan lang ay idadrop na yung bata dahil alam naman ng mga schools na merong ALS na sasalo. Sana hindi po ganun yung mindsetting natin kasi kawawa din yung bata, no? Lalo ngayon sa pandemic, tinanggal na yung dropout dun sa ng LIS, sa facility. Pinalitan na ng learners no longer participating in school. Kasi kung pwede pa, ayaw nating i-drop yung bata. But if this cannot be avoided, meron talaga rin silang pupuntahan, no? Like the BEE, the Bureau on Elementary Education, ang tawag natin dito sa mga batang napupunta sa ALS, sila yung mga pupils at risk of dropping out, no? Yan, bibigyan natin sila ng ADM. Sa secondary education naman, mga students at risk of dropping out, so alternative delivery mode din ang kailangan nila para makahabol sila, no, para ma-streamline yung kanilang learnings. Okay? Matutulungan sila ng ALS. So what is the difference between the formal education and ALS? So ayan lang sa picture, kung makita natin, formal education nasa school, No, dinahatid ng mga nanay, may bus papunta sa school. Pero si ALS, minsan nasa ilalim lang ng puno nagkaklase, minsan nasa balkon ng bahay. Ang learners ay malalaki na, meron pang lola, may mga nanay na, and then, kung makikita ninyo itong isa na to, o si self-study. Okay? Ayan. But, these two is, they are heading in one lang naman. Isa lang naman yung binibigay nila. Heading into one direction to provide our learners with the basic education. Kasi po yung ALS natin, meron niyang ALS na pang-elementary, meron ding ALS secondary. So depende sa needs ng learner natin, yung modules nila may naka-design for elementary, may naka-design din for secondary. No? So yan po yung kung titingnan natin yung kaibahan nilang dalawa. Pero sila ay parihong nagbibigay ng basic education sa ating mga learners. The target learners of ALS are, leavers of elementary and secondary, OSY, age 16 to 14 years old, the out-of-school youth, 15 to 24 years old, the out-of-school adults, 25 years old and above, and anyone who has not completed 12 basic education, 12 year of basic education. Sila po yung ating mga target learners. At alam po ninyo, ang dami-daming mga ALS learners sa ating community na hindi po talaga natin nakikater. Example na lang po sa district namin. Sobrang daming nila, yung iba mahirap silang i-convince na bumalik sa school. Pero we are trying our best na ma-retrieve sila. No? Kasi yung iba nahihiya na talagang pumasok. But then, if we encourage them na matuto lang din sila, kasi marami naman pong mga pagpipilian yung ating mga learners. No? May mga choices pa rin sila. Kung ayaw nilang pumunta ng school araw-araw, may other choices pa naman din po. Sila yung tinatawag nating mga last mile learners, no? Those who remain unreached even after various efforts to reach them. For us, meron po tayong mga children at risk on the streets. May Kariton classroom, children with disabilities, and SPED. Yan yung mga iba-ibang offerings. ALS and ADM, children in indigenous peoples or IP communities, merong IP-Ed, merong OSY's inmates, abot alam ALS. Kahit nasa kulungan po sila, pwede silang mag-aral, no? Pwede silang puntahan ng teacher doon. Kasi yung ALS naman po ay very easy naman siya na i-manage kasi nagmo-module lang po yung mga learners nito. Karamihan po ay module. Kaya yung modular natin ngayon, hindi na po yan bago sa ating mga ALS learners kasi sila noon pa man nagmo-module na. ALS and ADM, children who live in difficult circumstances. Ano naman po itong mga ito? Sila yung mga bata na inabutan ng may mga labanan, binaha, nasalot, o kung anong mga nangyari sa kanila at hindi na sila nakapag-aral. No? Pedals and Paddles Project, yung mga nasa lansangan na mga bata. Naalala po ninyo merong mga binigay dati na mga bangka para dun sa mga nag-aaral na mga learners. Kuyo ba yun? Meron pong mga ganun eh. Then children in off-grid schools and barangays, enlightened PH. So marami tayong pwedeng gawin pagdating po sa ALS, no? marami siyang choices. Para lang sila maabot. Kasi kailangan natin talaga silang abutin. Na tayo yung lumalapit sa kanila. Huwag natin silang hintayin na lumapit sa school. So tayo talaga ang lalapit sa kanila. What are the ALS programs and projects? We have the ALS Accreditation and Equivalency Program, A&E. Medyo mahirap siyang ipasa pero kapag ang bata ay mahusay, pumapasa naman. The Mobile Teacher Program. Ayan. May mga mobile teachers po tayo. Sila po yung umiikot, no? Sila yung pumupunta sa communities para turuan po yung ating ALS learners. Yung iba dyan, sinusundo pa sa kaingin yung mga learners nila. At para lang pumunta sa kanilang designated school, minsan sila pa ang nagdadala ng mga merienda, ng mga pagkain para ma-encourage lang silang pumasok o pumunta sa araw ng kanilang klase. No, we have also the e-eskwela or e-learning program, the POSA program, Cartoon Classroom. Siguro naman napanood nyo na yung mga video niyan, Cartoon Classroom, Abot Alam program, ALS for differently abled person, meron din tayo niyan. Yung special education in ALS, ALS Alive, IP education for ALS, special interest programs. So marami actually siyang mga programs and projects na pwedeng ibigay sa ating learners. What is the curriculum? Of course, for lifelong learning. The process whereby every individual acquires attitudes, knowledge, values, and insights from daily experiences. Functional literacy. Yan din po yung isa sa mga gusto nating ihatid sa ating mga learners, no? Na yun bang sila ay nakakapag-communicate effectively, solves problem scientifically, creatively, and think critically, use resources sustainably and be productive, develop oneself in a sense of community, and expands one's worldview. The framework. Ano ba yung functional literacy na minimin natin sa ALS, no? It means a range of skills and competencies, cognitive, affective, and behavioral, which enables individuals to live and work as human persons, develop their potentials, make critical and informed decisions, function effectively in society within the context of their environment and that of the wider community, in order to improve the quality of their life and that of society. O, parang pareho din sa mga regular schools. Halos hindi naman sila nagkakalayo, no? Pareho lang. The learning materials for ALS, ayan, modules po. Learning modules, no? Ginagamit sa elementary and secondary. See? Siguro nanay na ito, nag-aaral na to. Meron silang 5 learning strands. Ito po yung inaaral nila. Communication skills in English and Filipino. They have problem solving and critical thinking. So sa ALS, nag-add minus din sila. May addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then merong problem solving and ayan, critical thinking din. Sustainable use of resources and productivity, development of self and sense of community, expanding one's world vision. The principles of ALS learning does not only take place within 4 walls of the classroom. Kaya pwede silang magklase po sa mga bahay-bahay kung saan merong area lang na magkita sila, no? Is fun with the use of active learning strategies. Active learning kasi nagkikita-kita po yung mga learners din yan, no? Merong ano sila, May mga sessions sila na they learn together. No? Then it is not compartmentalized into subjects, but it is integrative and holistic. Okay? Integrative and holistic siya. Hindi siya by subjects, kaya nga kanina yung 5 learning strands, ano siya, integrative po yung approach nun, no? Teachers and schools are not the only sources of learning. Ano yung more sources of learning nila? Sila po yung natututo ng learning nila based on experience, mga experiences nila. Kasi not only yung learners natin sa ALS, hindi lang mga bata, may mga adult na rin tayong mga learners na alam naman ninyo na experience is the best teacher, no? So, marami silang sources of learning. Is enhanced when the needs, interests, and experiences of the learners are considered. Acquired outside the school system is equivalent to learning acquired in school. Recognition of prior learning. Ito po yung kanila pong module sa ALS. Nakaano din po yan, naka-align sa ating K-12 curriculum. Hindi lang yan siya basta lang binigyan natin ng module, no? Naka-align po siya sa K-12 curriculum. Mother tongue is necessary to acquire basic literacy skills. The modalities, may face-to-face learning session, structured learning, meron ding independent home study, modular, self-learning, may RBI, e-eskwela and e-learning. So I remember Sir Jong Herrera, sabi niya, hindi na bago yung RBI sa akin kasi Sir Jong before is a teacher of ALS na yung RBI ginagamit na talaga nila sa instruction, no? So meron tayong modular, meron tayong RBI, meron ding face-to-face sa ALS, e-eskwela and e-learning. So yan po yung modalities na ginagamit. School heads, LGUs, academe, NGOs, roles in sustaining the ALS program. Ito po yung, alam po ninyo, na ako nafi-feel ko yung hirap ng ating mga ALS teachers. Yung mga mobile teachers natin kasi medyo kinukulang talaga sila pagdating sa support, no? Financially, minsan yung pera na nila yung kanilang pinanluluto ng lugaw para pumunta lang yung mga learners nila. Maakit nila yung mga learners nila na pumasok, no? Kasi mukhang tinanggal na yung kanilang mga budget para sa meron yan silang dating tinatanggap parang if I were not mistaken 2,000 a month, parang tinanggal na. So kailangan pong masustain ang ALS program at hindi po kaya ng school lang yan. So we have to tap our LGUs, the academe, the NGOs, no, to sustain ALS program. In what way they can be of help? So first is for providing the building, no? Providing ALS learning centers. But our ALS teachers can choose any school naman na kung saan ba sila pwedeng mag-landing, no? Yung saan ba sila pwedeng magpa-under na principal, yung ating mga ALS facilitators. Naalala ko yan noon, not necessarily nasa central school sila. Kung saang school sila pwede, na gusto nila, so doon, pwede silang ma-provide ng guidance ng ating mga principals, no? Maintenance of existing ALS learning centers. So kung doon na pili nila sa inyong school, isali nyo na lang din sila sa maintenance of existing sa maintenance ng kanilang mga learning centers, no? Paayos yung mga kung ano yung sira para maging maayos naman yung ating mga learners. Providing training costs and payment of salaries for IMs, no? Instructional managers. Providing budget for production of learning materials, learning modules, cassette tapes, cassette recorders. Put in place the means of generating resources for various ALS programs and projects via legislations. Ito po mga school heads, pwede nating ilabi sa ating mga sangguniang bayan na sana magkaroon ng regular budget yung ating mga yung ALS under sa DepEd under sa education sector, mabigyan man lang yung ating ALS ng konting tulong, no. Halimbawa ay mga learning centers, kasi po kapag legislated siya, pwede na tayo mag-ask for funding, no, sa ating mayor. Kailangan kaibiganin natin ang ating mga kagawad at mayor na rin para matulungan tayo, no? Monitoring and evaluation of the program. Trabaho po ng mga school head yan. Ako medyo, ako dito sa ALS na to, medyo meron akong, na nagigilty ako dito sa ito yun po, yung monitoring and evaluation of the program. Kasi, the first time that I assume my responsibility, no, as district supervisor, medyo hindi ko talaga siya na bigyan ng focus itong ALS. No, ngayong taon ko lang siya na unti-unting na-intensify yung monitoring pagdating po sa implementation of ALS program. So what is ADM? It is an educational intervention that caters the marginalized and disadvantaged school age learners who are unable to attend regular class, have dropped out from school, and those at risk of dropping out. Hindi pa po sila drop out, pero mukhang magda-drop out na. Sila yung mga disadvantaged learners natin. So kung kayo po yung principal, dapat very sensitive po kayo dito sa mga bagay na ito para maagapan natin yung problema. Hindi sila mag-drop, hindi sila ma-drop out, no? Bigyan natin kaagad sila ng mga, eto kagaya po nito, alternative delivery mode, no? ADM. Ano ba yung mga ADM na yon? So we have the MISOSA, Modified in School of School Projects. Instructional Management by Parents, Community, and Teachers, or IMPACT. Ito po gamit na gamit ngayon sa panahon natin yung impact na to. Kasi yung ating parents ay katuwang talaga natin sa pagtuturo sa ating mga learners sa bahay. Yan. And then Open High School Program. Ilan po yan sa mga alternative delivery modes na pwede nating i-offer sa ating mga learners. Open High School Program, very ideal po yan, lalo na dun sa ating mga learners na very high yung pregnancy sa mga among the mga junior high natin, sa mga high school natin. Kasi po kapag kayong learner ay medyo nag-undergo na siya ng yung tummy niya, medyo lumaki na, nahiya na siyang pumasok. So, pwede na po natin siyang bigyan ng ganito, no? Ipa-enroll sa Open High School para hindi po siya ma-drop out, hindi rin siya kumbaga yung kanyang pag-aaral hindi ma-compromise, no? Because of the circumstances na meron siya at hand. So, nasa school head po, nasa teacher kung paano nila i-handle yung mga bagay na ganun. Marami tayong options na pwedeng gawin. So ano yung MISOSA? Alternative delivery mode that was originally designed to address issue on congestion. Sobrang laki ng enrollment, kulang ang classroom. No, masikip. So, anong gagawin? Mag-morning shift, no? Mayroong half day lang. No, addresses issue of congestion plus helping pupils who are enrolled but are habitual or seasonal absentees, living in conflict disaster areas, chronically ill or engaged in earning a living to augment family income. Pwede rin yung misosa doon. No? So, pili na lang. How is misosa implemented? Use of self-instructional materials that contain the lessons to be learned for the day. Include learning objectives or activities to work on. Exercises and questions to answer. Enrichment activities utilizing the community resources. No? Self-instructional materials ang ginagamit sa misosa. Para siyang module. Kung titingnan niyo yung laman, kasi may objective, may activities, may exercises and questions to answer, meron ding enrichment, no? So para siyang module na yung ginagamit natin sa kasalukuyan. Utilization of community school as a laboratory of learning aside from the classroom. Example, half of the class stays with the teacher while the other stays with the teacher facilitator in the community school. Pwede po itong i-adapt nung malaki ang enrollment. May para yung hindi sila magsikip-sikip sa classroom, merong teacher facilitator, no, na mag-a-assist sa kalahati ng mga bata. Yung kalahati with the teacher, yung kalahati nandun sa teacher facilitator, no, in the community school. Then involvement of different schools, internal or external stakeholders. Ano yung benefits? First, addresses the issue of congestion. Second, resolves the issue of shortage of IMs. Yan. Improves classroom management. Siyempre, kukunti na yung bata sa class, di maganda na yung management. No, kalahati-kalahati lang kasi yung nandun. Then promotes equal access and opportunity for learning. O, kasi hindi naman actually na nasa labas sila, hindi sila nag-aaral, merong teacher facilitator pa din, no, na nag-facilitate sa kanila para sila ay matuto. Then institutionalizes systematic monitoring. Develops pupils' study habits, love of learning, and improving self-esteem. And attends to the unique needs of individual pupils. Yan po yung benefits niya. Ang impact naman, this is a management system where parents, the teachers, and community collaborate to provide the child with quality education at less costs. This was developed to address high student population and high percentage of dropouts. Principles of impact, children become active participants of the learning process. Merong program teaching, merong peer group learning, at meron ding individual study. Learning materials are based on the national curriculum standards of the DepEd. The essence of education is the learning process. Education in the E-Impact system encourages and develops in the children the skill to learn independently and eventually become self and lifelong learners. So impact also encourages peer learning and peer mentoring as important strategies for empowering learners as active partners in the instructional process. Number 4, principle of impact. Learning can take place anywhere. Learning is not confined in the classrooms. Pwede siya sa learning kiosks, kagaya niyan sa picture, provide alternative learning venues for peer groups. No, pwede siyang kahit saan, no? Progress of learners is based on individual mastery and speed. Students learn independently at their own pace. Parang ito yung sistema na ina-adapt ng mga ibang private school. Depende sa bilis ng bata magsagot ng module, yung pagtapos niya, no, sa requirement in grade level. The system recognizes individual differences and each student's potential. Impact develops in children an intrinsic motivation to learn. Education is a socializing and leadership training process. Group learning is the primary mode of learning. Students interact and help each other to learn. Students in levels 4, 5, and 6 play the role of program teachers who lead the groups of levels 2, 3, and 1 respectively in the learning process. As program teachers and peer group leaders, students develop leadership skills. Mayroon silang little teacher, no, sa impact. A peer group leader is a demo class. In a demo class with his teachers, this develops the learner's self-confidence. So another principle, instructional management and delivery of instruction is not only the responsibility of teachers, but of the parents and community as well. Community and parental participation is substantial and technical.
Wala na po yung presentation, ma'am.
Wala na naman po ako. Saglit lang po nawala yung connection ko na naman.
Jane?
Kebs, nawala yung connection ko ulit. Wait lang. Hindi na po, no internet na, oh. Saglit lang po. Ano na rin po siya, parang last 3 slides na lang din. Saglit. Sige po, break muna po siguro para kung maayos ko lang yung connection ko po na nawala ako sa connection. Saglit lang po, nakakonect na rin ako ulit. Sir Kevs, pa-share po. Siya, cannot share screen. Sir Kevs, cannot share screen po ako. The host disabled participant screen sharing. Nangyari? Sir Kevs, naka-disable po yung screen sharing. Hindi po ako makashare. Hello, Sir Kevs. Hello po.
Wait, ma'am, tawagan ko po.
Ay, hindi ako maka-share screen, naka-disable.
Ma'am Jane, okay na po. Mag-unmute.
Na-unmute. Yung ano po, hindi ako maka-share ng screen.
Pwede na rin po mag-present.
Hindi ko siya, Sir Kevs, ma-share yung screen ko. Bakit kaya? Share screen.
Okay.
Ayan na,
Try
ayan
lang
na po.
uli.
Ayan na po. Nakita ko na. Pa-mute na lang po nung laptop ko. So, hello po.
Nakikita na namin, ma'am, ano lang, ma'am, slideshow.
Okay.
Ayan, okay na po.
Yes, ma'am. Naririnig din po ako, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear po.
So, the last one is the Open High School. Para nag-i-echo yung aking salita. The Open High School Program. So, what
Pa-unmute
is
lang po, ma'am.
Open High
Parinig
School
yung
Program? It is one of the alternative delivery modalities of education that uses distance learning within the confines of the formal system that allow learning within the secondary schools to deliver quality basic education. Pang high school lang po siya. Dali lang po. So who are what is Open High School Program? So it provides equal learning opportunities for all types of learners anytime, anywhere. It produces functionally literate graduates who have mastery of the basic competencies, capable of problem solving, and are productive members of their families and communities. Prevent potential school leavers and encourage those who are out of school. To fin to finish basic education for grade 7 to 10.
Ma'am Jane, wala pong sound. Mag-unmute lang po kayo sa isa yung device.
Wala pong sound. Yung isa ko, sir, na laptop, parang naka-open yung ano niya, yung kanyang sounds na brown out pagid.
Okay na po.
Who are qualified to enroll in open high school? So, learners who can demonstrate capacity for independent learning and who are willing to undergo self-directed learning. So take note of the qualification, no? Demonstrate capacity for independent learning. Kasi po mahirap nga rin talagang mag-aral sa open high school kung hindi ka hindi ka ready for independent learning. Kasi module po yung ginagamit, and then you are just having maybe once or twice, no, in a month na magmi-meet kayo ng iyong teacher. So yun lang yung time na mabibigyan ka ng guidance ng teacher kung magkita kayo. Except kung talagang meron kayong communication sa messenger or what. Self-directed learning din po kasi talaga yung nag-i-enroll sa open high school. And then the enrollment will coincide with the opening of classes. Kung enrollment na sa regular, enrollment na rin ng open high school. Initial assessment and placement is undertaken to establish baseline data for decision-making on the placement and modality appropriate to the learner, as well as referrals for other interventions needed through the Independent Learning Readiness Assessment. Yan, nagkakaroon ng ELRA bago yung bata ay sa open high school. Kasi nga kung hindi siya capable of independent learning, then useless din yung open high school para sa kanya. The ELRA results shall become one of the bases in determining the frequency of face-to-face session and the type of teaching support to be given to the learner. Meron tayong tinatawag na not yet ready, almost ready, and ready for independent learning. The program delivery, the teacher facilitators provide the learners an orientation on the open high school program, specifically the delivery system, preparation of learners' learning plan, the agreed schedule for face-to-face meetings and instructions in the use of self-learning materials or modules. The learners reports to school once or twice a week or based on the agreement of the learner and the subject area facilitator for face-to-face interactions and validation of competencies. So, pwede naman din palang twice a week or once a week. Depende pa din sa teacher, no? Depende sa result ng ELRA kung kailangan niya ng madalas na face-to-face contact kasi mukhang not ready siya or doon siya sa sa average lang. Magiging mas sa kanya, mas beneficial kung lagi silang magkakaroon ng face-to-face contact ng teacher. Subjects which require hands-on experience like PE, music, computer, laboratory classes, and others are classroom-based and are individually scheduled. So the assessment and evaluation of learning in each subject area can include written and oral tests, and the assessment of the required outputs. So merong written and merong performance outputs. Promotion is based on the fulfillment of the requirements and mastery of at least 75% of the competencies in each subject area. Pareho din sa regular learners natin na pag 75, pumasa ka na dahil nakuha mo na yung PL, no? Yung minimum proficiency level required of learner in a grade level. So these are the learners of ALS. We call them ALS champions. Ellen May S. Galang, blind, no, passer of ALS. A&E, presently enrolled at UP, taking a course in voice as part of the music extension program. Si Christine Martinez, magna cum laude of University of San Carlos, Cebu City, with a degree of Bachelor of Library and Information Science. Top 4 in licensure examination for library science last November 2008. Yan. Then we have David Martinez, magna cum laude, graduate of Cebu Institute of Technology, Cebu City pa din. March 2009 with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Computer Engineering. So, ibig sabihin lang po, yung ating mga ALS learners, marami na ring mga successful learners, no? Kahit sa ating mga lugar-lugar na nakikita na natin yung quality na napoproduce ng ALS kasi sila naman po ay nakakasabay pagdating sa college, no? Pag nag-enroll sila, kaya naman nilang sabayan yung ibang mga bata na nag-undergo ng regular schooling, as in yung binuno talaga nila yung 13-year basic education including kindergarten. So action journal, so hindi na natin yan gagawin. So as a closing activity, on a sheet of paper, write down the names of the learners who are not in your school. You want to help through ADM when you go back. Roll this paper and put in the box that will be passed around. Okay, parang ano na lang yan. Kapag nasa face-to-face session tayo, hindi na natin yan gagawin. So, I just want to leave this message of Ignacio Estrada to all of you. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. So that's all about our ALS. So if we still have time, sana I can share to you the senior high school curriculum and exits. But Sir Kevin will be giving you this, will be sharing you this slide. Isasama ko na lang po para mapanood ninyo because this curriculum, this senior high school curriculum is best discussed by somebody from the central office. Very concise ang discussion niya. At doon sa mga master teachers natin na hindi nag-undergo ng SHDP, mas lalo ninyong mai-internalize yung senior high school curriculum as one avenue for career awareness and opportunities for all our learners. No, kasi nandoon sa grade 11, grade 12, yung mga choices na gusto nilang kunin at maging career in the future. No, hindi man sila mag-aral ng college, at least meron na silang preparation for their future. So that's all for career awareness and opportunities. Thank you so much for extending your time to listen. Very extensive, pero I believe kailangan din po ninyong marinig lahat ng yon para additional information po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat. Good luck po sa inyong exam.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Jane. Salamat po sa time. Kahit medyo nahihirapan sa signal ay nagsusumika pa rin. Anyway, ganyan po talaga tayo ngayon sa ating new normal setup. Ay nagkakarinigan na lamang po tayo at hindi tayo nagkikita-kita. Well, marami pong salamat sa pag-share ng inyong mga kakayahan sa mga participants, sa amin pong lahat. Lubos po kaming natutuwa at nagpapasalamat po sa inyo. Hinihiling lang po namin ang inyong po mga presentation ay pakisend lang po kay Sir Kevin para po ma-send din po niya sa mga participants at para magkaroon din po ng copy at makapag-review din po ulit. Sa muli po, marami pong salamat. Mag-ingat po tayong lahat. Lagi po nating observe ang atin pong yung health standard protocols po. God bless everyone and magandang araw po muli. Yung mga hindi po pala naka-receive ng ng mga presentations po from domain 1, 2, and 3 na po ngayon. So nire-remind po ulit natin sa Sir Kevin na paki-send naman po sa mga participants na hindi pa daw po nakaka-receive ng mga presentations. Muli po, maraming pong salamat.
Yung pinadalhan po natin ng mga references like yung mga presentations ay ang mga participants po na nag-register lang doon sa ating link. So kung hindi po kayo nag-register ay wala po kayong matatanggap na link. Thank you po.
Yan. So, klaro po, dapat po kayo ay registered po. Marami pong salamat ulit, Sir Kevin, and God bless po. Thank you po.